All right, we're live. Welcome everybody to Legendary Tales. Thanks for joining us for session 0 of Soulforged. We're going to be doing character introductions and teaching people how to play on this platform. I'll probably be using this video later to show people how Foundry works and things like that as well. But first things first, we're not going to do character introductions. I have a plan for that. Keep in mind, Vidar, you're not going to show up for a little bit. It will be pretty quick, but it will not be immediate. Everyone else, I have a plan to tell you how you know each other and things like that. Some of you will know each other. Some of you will interact with, like, 2 of you will know each other right away, and then the rest of you will be showing up later. But for playing the game, the first thing, we're going to go to the actors directory in the upper right, and then you should each see your character specifically in there. You can click on your character sheet. It will pull up your character sheet with all your stats on it. And this is also from D&D Beyond. I pulled it directly from there. And as you're looking at it, everything that you do in the game, essentially, all you have to do is click on it. So if I say, everyone make an Arcana check, you click on Arcana, and it'll ask you to do on advantage, normal, or disadvantage, and then you click normal, and it will show up in the roll. Is anyone lost? Or are we good?
Where is that?
In your character sheet on the upper right,
Yep.
you go to the actors directory, and then on the left side, you should see Arcana. There should be a list of skills.
Yes.
No, you're good. I see. How do you want to say your name, Spooky?
Because how do you think I should say my name?
That's up to you. Well, I need to know so that I can say your name properly to you.
I feel like no matter what I do, if I pick a name, everyone's gonna call me Lord Chick. Regardless, you know it.
I would say it's Lower Chick, but that's just it.
You've got a severe case of that. Too. The Pete Booty gig.
Am I supposed to be making a normal Arcana roll?
Just do a normal Arcana check to make sure that I know where you are. Cool. So we're all on the same page. If you go to inventory, is the next step. What you could do is you can actually bookmark this. You could right-click on an item and set favorite, and it will show up on that attributes page in the front. For example, if Evie, you right-click on your Relate Crossbow, and you say Add Favorite, and then you go back to your attributes page, your crossbow light is there. And to roll your crossbow, all you have to do is click that dice on the left of the name when you hover over it, and it will ask you if you want to shoot it and how do you want to shoot it. See, and then you click attack. You only have to click it once. And on the right side, you click attack. And then normal. Ah! Once you click the dice, it shows up on in the roll on the chat on the right side. And then you click the attack damage on the right side.
I see.
And it also works the same way with spells. So for you specifically, Evie, when you go to your spell book, you can add all of your spells to your favorites, and they'll show up on that front page.
Cool.
Which is awesome.
Sweet. So I should do that. I should add them all to the front page.
I would absolutely do that. Cool. And every time, if we could level up or we upload a new character, you might have to do that over again, but it's okay. Because we don't have... If druids at level... By the way, druids at level 14 have 140 spells available to them. So, I'm so glad that you chose a not a class that doesn't have like 17 million spells.
Better for me.
I know, right? And that being said, the features also work the same way. For example, as your character, Evie, you have a bunch of abilities that are actions and bonus actions and specials that have charges. And you can actually link those as well. So if I say, hey, how does that work? All you have to do is click the dice and it'll put it in the chat. I can read it and we're good to go. And this is also for everybody. So if I need to know how something works, because I don't know how everything works. There's thousands of pages in D&D and I don't know how some of them work. You can set up your character sheets to look however you want. And that's pretty much how we play the game. We interact with one another. And then as you're going through stuff, I ask you to make rolls. And if you ask me if you have advantage or disadvantage, don't feel bad if you have to ask. That's the point. Is I don't know whether I should have advantage or disadvantage. Ask me and I can tell you. Or we can figure it out. How's everyone doing? Are we all on the same page?
So, quick question regarding infusions in this interface, because I have active infusions, and they didn't make it over. I could tell
it over.
They didn't make it over.
Let me see if I can re-upload it.
Okay.
And we will. Let's look at your inventory. It does look like you don't have. What did you infuse?
Let me double check. I know the light crossbow, definitely.
With the reloading thing?
Yeah, repeating shot. And what the hell? Where are my infusions? There we go. And enhanced defense on the half plate.
Okay, so you have +1 on half plate.
Yeah.
Okay. I could just edit those right now to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Never mind. I can't.
Well, okay. So let's see here.
I could just give you +1 plate armor for the time being, or +1 half
Okay.
plate. I'm gonna give you both, but you just activate them in case you change your infusions.
Gotcha. Okay.
We'll manage it that way. I'm not worried about it. Anyone else have any other questions of me before we get started?
Do I win yet?
You're playing, so yes. Yes, you win. Because we are on our way to get started. I just want to make sure everyone is familiar with the I want to make sure everyone is familiar with the system so that we can start going as soon as we do episode 1. We could just immediately go, which is awesome. We're going to uncheck ammunition. We're going to uncheck it's not a firearm. Light crossbow's not a firearm. Cool. So you are set. I have changed your light crossbow. You get a +1 attack bonus. +1 piercing. You are good to go on your infusions. So if you want to change your infusions, we can fix it later.
Cool. So, real quick, the character sheet stuff is a manual sync, or it's not a pull. It's not a.
It is a pull, but the problem is that D&D Beyond sometimes denies pulls because he has to go through a proxy in order to interface with all their APIs. So
fun times.
Yeah, it's real nice sometimes. Okay, I'm giving you an extra light crossbow. Just don't equip it until if you change your infusions, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. Now that we're somewhat familiar with the system, if you have more questions, ask. Okay? I hope everyone's on the same page with that. That if you have questions, just feel free to ask, and we will solve that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. For the time being, we're going to start out with Eevee. And I'm gonna upload a new map. I'm gonna make a new map specifically for the beginning of this scene. It is called the Crag. We're gonna do gridless, vision, global illumination. Put this Soulforged maps. Dope. Okay. Let's move over to this scene. I'll fix my observer. Here we go. So, this is the current area of the world that you are in, that we are all in at the moment. This is what's known as the Crag. The Crag is a small set of islands off to the southwest that make up what historically people have said their whole lives is that the Crag is the birthplace of the world. The first cultures came from here, supposedly, and everyone in the world is originally from here initially. And that's what the rumors are. It has been a very long time, and everyone is sort of confused about what's happening. We're currently in a time in the world that stagnation has sort of laid its eyes over the world, and everyone has sort of moved on from magic. Magic used to be this really big thing, and it has moved on, and magic has sort of subsided in the fact that there are magic casters, but the amount of magic items and and artifacts and things like that being discovered have stopped. They're all gone. They don't know where it happened. They don't know where to find new magic items or new materials, because one of the requirements to have a magic item in this universe is a material called temper. No one knows where it comes from. No one knows how to make it. It doesn't appear that you can make it. It appears that it's a natural resource in the world, that you have to find it. And the rumors across the world are that there just isn't any more. That just doesn't exist. There's no more temper, so you cannot make more magic items. It's just not an option. And technician, you are partially made of temper, not fully. There are parts of you that have to be temper in order for you to exist, meaning like your core and some aspects of your internals, but your outside and most of your shell and things like that are not made of temper, purely for a lack of additional resources. You probably reforged from hundreds of magic items to make your being as a whole. And then also, another thing about this world is magic in this world is rune magic. So it's sort of like The Witcher, when he draws out the sign and then the magic just goes. That is what would be this. I think it's the somatic. The somatic components is you essentially drawing a symbol or a set of symbols and then you casting your spell. It may not have a visual representation of it, but that's what the somatic component of a spell is. So specifically for Eevee, when you're looking at your spells and it says VSM, it means verbal, somatic, and material. Materials for you can be eschewed unless they have a monetary value to them, and we'll get that when you actually get those spells. But for the most part, that's how magic is represented, is if you find a magic item and there are runes and they are made of temper, that is a magic item. You might not know what it does, but that kind of thing happens. And temper also takes different forms. No one has seen it in its raw form in a very long time, but in most magic items, it comes off as a black and aquamarine Damascus steel is what the physical representation of it. So it's that light, dark zebra print. Sometimes zebra print, sometimes starburst. It just depends on what. It just depends on what form it takes. And that being said, none of you, except for Technician, have ever seen a real magic item in your lifetime, ever. The likelihood that you haven't. But we're going to focus in on Eevee at the moment. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a representation of her to show where you currently are. You are in the city of Turfor. And this city is known for its large river that flows directly to the west of it. It flows through it. This city has, I can actually give you a stat. I made a spreadsheet that has population statistics on it. So that if you have questions about specific races or anything else that has to do with the city, I can give you proper numbers or at least some sort of representation. Turfor is a city of around 30,000 people. And there are smaller settlements and villages all throughout this whole area, but they're not represented on the map because, plain and simply, they're not big enough. Those kind of cities are usually industrial, and they only go there seasonally and things like that, and it has just fallen into winter across the whole planet. The whole planet has a symmetrical, it's not tilted, it's a symmetrical orbit around the planet. And during specific periods of the year, the sun is either blue, white, or green. So the sun actually changes color relative to where you are in orbit. And as you're looking up in the sky right now, Eevee, you're sitting in the city of Turfor. It is not technologically advanced, even though that is the direction the world is moving. The world is moving in the way of technological advancements as opposed to magical enhancements. So everything about the world is changing, but in a technological matter. You're starting to see a firearm here and there because they've figured out a little bit about gunpowder. It's not perfect. A lot of people get their hands blown off and things like that. They're still working on it. There's rumors that one of the countries has a cannon of some sort that can shoot giant projectiles very far. And in the city of Turfor, they are known for foresting. So they are foresters. They most of them are lumberjacks, except I call them foresters because they have figured out a way to harvest seeds and saplings and things like that and immediately replant them. And then there's a set of druids that belong to Turfor. They're called Wild Spirits. That is their faction name. They're called the Wild Spirits. And these druids coax those plants into growing during the winter. That is what they do. Any given moment, you cut down a tree, you plant 4 trees. Those trees are grown within 6 to 8 weeks completely. So all of the wood in this area and this country are specifically brought by the city of Turfor. That is what they do. They are foresters. And that is how the economy works. A lot of them are carpenters. They are woodworkers. They are architects. So they can, these people have started to prefabricate lots and lots of buildings. Stone is not an option in most cases for this place because the stones that work here are very brittle and they don't support physically. They don't support. So everything here is made of wood. It's all very pretty. You can tell where the wild spirits live because they live in these giant trees that have these houses grown out of the side of them. And they have these massive sort of like statues that they've all worked on because all the wild spirits are really, really potent in the fact that they're all druids. And you have arrived here from the city of Skjornsorn. And Skjornsorn is the capital city. It's not very much larger than Turfor. And that being said, it's because in order to live in the crag, you have to be very resilient as a person. And you're in this very busy cityscape. And you're looking around. And I don't know what your objective here was, but you have arrived here with the feeling that something is going to change drastically in the near future. As your race and your class that you are, you always have a sense of not necessarily doom and gloom, but the seasons changing and things being good and bad are sort of a second nature to you, a sort of sixth sense, spider sense type thing. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You're walking around, and normally you'd make a perception check. That's normally how this would work if you're going to miss it, but you're not going to miss it. You're looking around, and there is a creature that you've never seen before. Out of all of the people in the crag, you've only ever seen one lizard folk, ever. And it's right now. And he's dressed in a very warm but minimalist dress, meaning that it's probably a robe or... How would you describe what your character is wearing?
Robe makes sense. Elegant, almost too formal for the current situation, but looks like it's kind of battered and bruised. So I wear it a lot.
I always picture your character as like very well dressed, but the crag is very hostile. Just environment, and everyone looks a bit ragged. They're all a bit dirty, but you are immaculate. You are clean, and you are strangely well kept for being a clearly a denizen of the crag. Though, like, you can't really buy or make clothing here without it being the colors of the crag, which are a striking light blue, white, and black. That is their main color, sort of like the background of Vidar. It's sort of that color, except they're like accent colors are light blue, and their symbol is actually a great axe. So it's a double-headed axe with that, and then it has vines growing up the front of it that are light blue, and then the axe itself is black with a blue background. And everyone's clothing is colored this way because they are, I want to say they're nationalist for the fact that that's not necessarily a good thing, you know. But they are very proud of their heritage, would be the word I would use for it. The heritage is supposed to be the origin of cultures on this world, and even though some factions and empires have drifted away from that over time, you guys have seen that just recently the culture has stayed the same. And as you're looking, this sort of strange lizard folk is standing at a food vendor, and the food vendor is selling gigantic haunches. It's not even a butcher. This is like he straight up just roasts on this huge smoker massive amounts of meat, and also he's making like jerkies and other things like that, other sorts of food. And you can't help yourself, Lorishik, but the smell brought you from probably miles away, and it smells amazing, and you're just sort of standing there, and Evie, you're looking around, and the strange creature is sort of like eyeing this meat. What do you do, Evie?
I feel like I want to observe him a little bit more if I haven't seen one of these before. I don't necessarily want to engage, but...
Oh, okay. So what are you doing, Lorishik?
I'm smelling all the meat at this vendor, and the vendor seems a little annoyed, I think.
Oh, he's a half orc, dressed in what appears to be a giant leather cloak, sort of Game of Thrones style. It's all fur. It's all white fur and surprisingly well kept, except for the bottom of it is a little bit stained from dirt and clay and things like that. But he's sort of like trying to push you out of the way, but you're incredibly strong.
Yeah, I just keep pushing back.
He's working
and
around.
My nose is like right next to his meat.
He's sort of working around you, and he's like grabbing stuff directly out of the thing and like selling to people because there's loads of people around. It's very, very crowded. And then Evie and Loershik, if you could make me a perception check, that would be fantastic.
How do I do that?
So you go to your character sheet, and on the left side it says perception. You just click that, and then you click normal, and it will roll it. Just like we did with the Arcana check, except for perception. So Evie is just zoned in. So keep in mind, the average roll for this game is about a 10, so yours would be a 16. You did not roll very well, that being said.
Right.
Because if you click on the number, it actually shows you what you rolled, and you rolled a 2, which is really not great. But we can also do passive perception. Your passive perception is 16, which is good. But Loershik, you are sort of sitting there getting this meat, and a different smell sort of overwhelms it for a moment as you turn around. And you also have never seen one of these. Both of you have never seen one of these, except Evie, you're just like fixated on Loershik for some reason. A Warforged passes you. A man made apparently of metal, and his pet fox, or like fox-looking creature. You're not really sure what it is, but he just passes you. And Technician, you're also in Tour 4 because you're looking for sort of materials to repair and build new items, and you're always on the hunt for things like that. As an artificer, I assume that your materials are plentiful, obviously, but
yes,
the wood from Tour 4 is legendary in the fact that it's Tour 4 wood, and they're made from a very specific breed of trees, and sometimes it's rumored that sometimes it's magical because there may or may not be temper integrated into the tree depending on where it comes from. So that's why you're here. You're looking for stuff, and you see a lizard folk. What? You've never seen one of those before. And then make an insight check for me, Technician, please. And if you also have questions about what skills do, feel free to ask as well. So insight, perception is seeing a person. Insight is figuring out what that person is doing, what they're thinking, what they're feeling, that kind of thing. So if they're going to be hostile, if they're lying to you, that kind of thing. As you're looking at insight, as you're looking around, you see Evie absolutely fixated on this lizard folk. Very clearly not understanding what it is or where it comes from. What do you do?
Okay. I'm going to I'm going to just lightly tap the lizard folk on the shoulder. Excuse me, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there is a sorceress staring at you.
Can I be startled when this random dude is just like tapping me while I'm trying to smell my meat?
Oh yeah, you take note of the Warforged, but you go right back to the meat, and then a moment later you get tapped on the shoulder, and I assume that you jump just a little bit, and you're just like go into your like almost your fighting stance or something. How startled are you?
Can I roll for that?
Sure. Go ahead and make
Roll
me,
for startled.
Go ahead and make me I'm gonna say for this one a wisdom saving throw. Okay, so that works. That
I don't have that.
You do. On the upper right, you see where it says wisdom? Click on whiz.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
No, I forgot to tell you about that because we weren't there yet. Oh, you're startled as fuck. You are not ready. You are not ready
Wonderful.
at all. So how do you react exactly? Like, how does that manifest in this specific instance?
Which shoulder did he tap me on?
I would assume your right shoulder, considering he came from your right and passed you and then like turned around and he's like, boop, boop.
So is he like in my blind spot?
Yeah.
Right behind me on my hip? Okay. I take my arm and use my entire forearm just to shove him back and then take a fighting stance.
Okay, technician, what do you do?
All right, give me an example of this fighting stance here, real quick.
I would assume that it's hand on hilt, like
Hand on hilt,
ready to
Yeah.
go. I would like
Okay.
he doesn't pull his weapon yet, but he's essentially ready for it. And to be fair,
Instead of hand on hilt, can I have my hand like this, grabbing my maul? That's obviously on my
that's
back
what I
because
meant. Is it's wherever your
Okay.
weapons are, you have it. You're like ready to go immediately. And that maul, what
Okay.
does your maul look like? Is it like a kanabo from For Honor from the big Shugeki guys, or how does it look? How does it look?
Oh man, it's black with gold trim on the leather on
Oh.
the leather that wraps it. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Bougie.
Is
And
it-
the
Okay,
Go ahead.
is it a hammer or is it like just a giant piece of wood? Is it metal? Like what does it look like?
you can't tell the material of the handle itself because it's all wrapped in this black and gold leather, but the head is just like an enormous black block that you're not really sure what it's made of.
Oh, cheeky. But he turns around, he's ready to fight.
Okay. So technician is going to put one hand up like this, and just say, "You appear to be a man of fancy dress, and there is somebody that is overly interested in your presence. Given that you are a rare species, I thought you should know."
Can I do an insight check to tell whether or not he's telling me the truth, or if he's just being honest, or just trying to save his own ass?
Sure. Oh, he doesn't appear to be lying or like trying to mess with you.
Okay.
You're not really sure, seeing as how he like is a machine, or it looks very machine-like. But he doesn't
Okay.
appear to be. He doesn't appear to have a negative feeling at all.
All right. I look to this strange robotic thing and ask him what his interest is in me when he himself seems out of place here.
I am here to buy lumber. So my interest in you is purely academic. I've never seen one of you before.
I'm cautious. Can you point me in the direction of the person who's staring at me?
Oh, I definitely noticed the sorceress, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so just well, not over my.
Okay. I turn to look at this weird, strange thing that seems to be looking at me for some fucking reason. Excuse my language.
You turn around, and Evie is sort of. How would you describe what your character looks like, Evie? Are you like so you're an Eladrin, a seasonal elf. So I would assume that you are adorned in some sort of nature things. I would assume that you have like leaves in your hair and things like that. You sort of look out of place, but not for the crag. Seasonal elves generally come from here, or they originate here in some way, shape, or form, the Eladrin. And currently you are a shade of pale white. I would assume that your skin is probably a different color normally, but as the seasons come and go, you change a little bit. And it's not that your leaves are dead, it's just that they appear to be a different shade as well. They take on like sort of a natural camouflage within everything that you're doing. Or it could be that it changes from leafy greens to evergreen pine needles and things like that. It just depends how you want to manifest it. What do you look like?
What's the current season?
Winter. We are deep in winter at the moment.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'd say then at the current moment, I'm in a little bit of a more lull state, maybe like recovering from fall and summer. Just out and about, traveling, trying to figure out like if I get this feeling that something big is happening. I'm trying to figure out any clues as to what that could be or how to stop it or how to understand it more. And seeing these two is actually a little bit of humor for me as well, watching the interaction that just unfolded between this lizard man and a robot, two things I've never really seen before.
You've maybe seen one other Warforged, but you've never seen a lizard folk ever.
So what started out as caution is now a little bit of hilarity, but still trying to keep my distance as I notice that they are now noticing me.
So they're both just like looking right at you.
So at that point, I mean, neither of them seemed to be terribly threatening after that interaction. So approach.
Okay, so you begin to walk over there. I'm realizing that I'm pretty sure I spelled your name wrong on my overlay. I'll fix it though. Yeah, I did.
Oh, good.
I'm about to fix it. Okay, so you walk over, and just as you're walking over, go ahead and make a perception check for me. $23, geez. So directly behind this Warforged and the lizard folk, directly behind, or I would say off to the side, not behind, but directly behind the cook, there is a human, apparently a human, that has glowing eyes and looking directly at you while actively lifting the purse off of the cook.
Do I care?
Do you? That's up to you.
I feel like after many years of traveling and wandering, I don't make it a habit, but I wouldn't necessarily bat an eye at someone plucking money off another.
No, it happens all the time, but the likelihood that it's like, yeah, it doesn't seem to be harmful, because at the same time, you can't really tell, but he's doing something else with the other guy's pockets. So he's taking money from this one and doing something else with his hand that you're not really sure what's going on. You're actually even more confused now. What's up, Lorishik?
Can I do a perception check to see if I see this going on?
Sure. No, You'd see nothing. And Technician, if you'd like to make a perception check as well, you're more than welcome to. Okay, so you see something, but from your current positioning, all you see are hands on the sides of this guy. One is in one pocket, and one is like in the purse of the other one. And they're like behind him, behind the cook, who's like actively... The fact that he's doing this without being seen is an amazing thing. I don't know, do you care? You would care, but you don't see it.
I might care, but I don't really see it. There's a lizard folk in my way, more or less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
sorry, not in my way, in my line of sight.
Yes, and
Yeah.
also so it's like the lizard man, and then the cook is behind him, so you're like not really sure what's going on, and
I see possibly a hug happening, is what I see.
Yeah, pretty much. Evie, what are you doing? What do you do?
I mean, at the same time that maybe I don't care that much, I'm not really doing that much else, so it could be a little bit of fun just to try and zap the guy off of him. Not cause a commotion, but just give him a little jolt.
Oh, okay. So what do you want to do? You're gonna cast a spell on him?
Yeah, just a little one. How about I like something maybe to stop him in his tracks, freeze him in place a bit.
Oh, a ray of frost. You're gonna frost him?
Yeah, just enough to give him a jolt. I don't want to hurt him.
Okay, so go ahead and if you click on the dice with ray of frost, so where the little hooded man is, you click that.
Yep.
And then you click attack.
What's the difference between attack and damage?
So you have to hit in order to deal damage.
Okay.
So the attack roll is a d20 plus your charisma modifier plus proficiency. So you're currently sitting at +7. And then you have to beat the AC of the enemy. And he knows what that is. I know what that is. I know what all mine are. You know what yours are, that kind of thing. That's how combat works in general, depending on what spell it is and stuff like that. So go ahead and hit attack and then normal. Oh, you hit. So go and roll damage.
Do I click the same one again and
you
then
just
for
click
damage?
You just click... No. You can do it on the right side.
Oh, sorry.
So no, you just use that one instance to do both of them.
This one.
On the right side. There you go. Perfect. So you take 5 damage, Vidar. And you're sort of like, ugh! Like it gets really cold for a second. And the you know what the craziest part is? The cook doesn't blink an eye. He doesn't give a shit. He just goes, "Whoa, what are you doing?" And he doesn't really look behind him. He's just like, "Oh, she must have gotten something off of me," or like something crazy, because there are creatures and things like that everywhere. So he doesn't really care, which is surprising. Vidar, what do you do?
How frozen am I? Am I kind of just like chilled, or am I like completely frosted
chilled.
into place?
You're a little bit slow.
So at this point, can I back away from the chef, hopefully taking whatever I had with me? Or
sure.
did I already have the thing enough to back away with it and pretend like palm it and pretend like, oh no, well, I didn't take anything?
No, you definitely had it. You definitely were.
Okay. Okay, so I
not slick.
I back away, and I assume that I've seen all 3 of their types before. Like none of this is actually surprising to me.
For you, no, not at all.
But the surprising part would be the fact that there's 3 of them all in the same place.
So for you, it's more of a statistical analysis. Would assume that this is a mathematical impossibility. This is not something that just happens. Right? Especially for your character. In your lifetime, you've never seen this. Not once. This many rare races together. Especially another one of your kind. Albeit new. But Yeah. So what do you do?
Well, I back away with the things, and would I have to walk past the other two to get to her?
No. You just sort of have to walk around the stand, and you're on that side. So essentially, let me like sort of organize it on the map. That Evie is over here. Lorishik is looking at food. This guy's here, and then you are behind the cook, who is where Turfor is, and you just have to move around this way to get to her.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna to walk around and approach her and disable my disguise as I approach and attempt to intimidate.
So, Loershik and Technician, if you want to make a perception check at this point, please do, because now he sort of revealed himself. Technician is still
Not a
working
single
on it.
thought.
Very,
No,
very single task here. Very focused on getting that lumber.
very much so. And you disable your disguise, and Evie, you see how tall are you, Vidar?
I think 5'10". What have headed in? You
see another Warforged, and Loershik, as you're like looking at Technician, you look over. There is a Warforged made entirely of temper. His whole being is temper. Every single piece of him.
Including his exterior?
Yes, all of it. His entire being is made of temper.
That feels like a risky reveal, my friend.
Keep in mind, though, that most of his body is covered, but when you're looking at his face, there appeared to be some sort of hologram or magical effect that was covering his face. His eyes were still glowing, right? And he didn't have to reveal it for very long for you to see exactly what's happening. And then, even without him leaving it on, you could still see a bit of that humanity in his face where... Actually, do me a favor and make a history check, both of you. And Technician, at this point, I would assume that after she says that, you look directly at him and you're like, ho,
Yeah.
ho, ho.
That thing's made entirely of science.
Yes, it's made of A, the most valuable material in the world, and B, like the essence of magic, right? And
Who's doing history checks?
Everyone make a history check except for Vidar, obviously. Just thinking about it, this is one of the most intricate and insanely detailed craftswork that you have ever seen. Like, there's masterwork level, and then there is artifact level, and you can actually see details in the craftsmanship on his face. You can see every aspect of his character is ingrained in this metal plate, that every time he sort of shifts and looks at you, you can actually see pieces of the metal plates moving and like and articulating and things like that. That this is not a normal Warforged. Normal Warforged are very large, and they have very swift, specific movements and things like that. This is the most, I want to say human, but it's not really a term that works well in Dungeons & Dragons. I want to say this is the most human-like artifice you have ever seen. And a Technician, specifically for you, this is a marvel. A technological and arcane marvel. And it is you're just very confounded in the fact that, like, your jaw drops immediately. Evie, you're not really sure what to make of it, but you can definitely tell that there's something special happening here.
I'm confused. I must have missed something. I thought we were looking at Technician.
No, you're looking at Vidar. Technician is a Warforged made of metal, where Vidar is made of temper.
Got it. So our characters don't know yet about Technician's insights.
No.
Does Technician know about his own insights?
Yes.
He's
Okay.
very well informed.
And then I put the disguise back up after I've made it apparent that ain't nothing to mess with over here.
And in that way that he sort of flexed on you, it's sort of intimidating, and also the fact that like there's something special about someone that knows that they're made of like the most valuable material in the world, that walks around with like it's just unexpected, and you're not really sure how to react. So what does Evie do upon realizing that this guy is made of the most valuable material in the world and the only source of magic item creation?
Well, I have like two initial feelings. One is knowing that that material is not easy to find and no one's really seen it, just overwhelmed with like conflicting feelings of I want to know more about that, and also maybe I shouldn't get somewhere close to that. I feel like I want to interrogate him a little bit, ask some questions, use my height as an advantage
Oh
in
yeah,
some way.
how tall are you? You're like
I think I'm like 6'7" or 6'6" or six something like
yes, you
that.
are. Oh, by the way, Evie is a giant. She is a gigantic being. Like way
So
most elves are about 5 feet, 6 feet tall. Evie towers above everyone in this area except for that half-orc cook. The half-orc cook is about the same height, but Evie's just like it's crazy.
yeah, so I want to get up in his business a little bit and just see if I can leverage that to get some answers out of what he's doing here. If he's made of this valuable material, why is he pickpocketing a cook in the city? What is he doing here? Um, do I roll something for that?
If you want to intimidate, you could roll to intimidate, and then Vidar, you can roll insight to counter that. If you would like.
The normal.
Yes, normal. Oh
No.
yeah, like you try to do it, but he doesn't give a shit. So what exactly do you say, Evie?
What is your business in Turf War?
Surviving as long as I have isn't easy. Resources are necessary.
The resources are pickpocketing off of the cook?
Yeah,
What were you taking?
gold.
For what? For to get what?
To buy resources.
Oh my.
And you notice that your interaction with Technician was significantly more human, in the way that he definitely has personality, where Vidar doesn't seem to have that. He does
I see
in a
that.
way, but it's a little bit more machine than it is
Mhm.
man. Are you doing anything, Loarshik and Technician? Like, what are you guys doing during this interaction?
I was actually going to introduce myself if so technician's going to walk over and do one of like the very mechanical wave. Hello. I am technician R3P-R4P. You appear to be made of materials. I am here for materials.
Hello, I'm a Vidar unit. I am here for not materials but resources to maintain my current state.
Maintaining your current state is my job. Can I help you?
Are you aware of how to
Go ahead.
repair a unit such as myself?
Go ahead and make a medicine check at advantage, Technician.
Okay. This is this probably won't go well.
Can you repair my unit?
So does it automatically do the roll twice, or?
Yeah, if you click on the number, it actually
I did.
shows.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yep.
Um,
That's actually a pretty cool feature.
I know, right? It does. This is so good. As you're like looking over him, you do see that there is a little bit wrong with him. just slightly here and there, like some of his articulating, because it's not just that he's made of huge plates like you are. You're made of like giant sections where every single piece of him is an articulating little piece, right? And as you're looking at it, some of them are malfunctioning and things like that. If you'd like to cast Mending or some other spell to sort of repair that aspect of him, you can do that if you would like.
You appear to have small pieces of damage. I can repair these very quickly if you would like.
And I hold out the bag of coins that I just palmed off of the the chef, and hopefully positioning him in a way that the chef doesn't see. And I say, well, then these would be yours.
No. And then
Oh, he doesn't see shit.
This is my function. So what do you want me to roll for this, or just cast it?
Oh, you just cast it. No,
Just
you don't
cast
even
it?
you don't even have to actually. Well, yeah, cast Mending so that people
Yeah,
watching
okay.
can understand what's going on.
Cool.
So it takes a minute to cast Mending, but he sort of puts his hands over you, and then his hands sort of articulate in these little tools, and like you feel that your body's sort of being repaired in a very specific way. That you don't have that interaction with like the world, Vidar, normally, because you're different. Without revealing too much, you're different. Loershik, what are you doing during this whole thing? I assume that you're no longer.
I went back to smelling my meat.
Oh, you did?
I'm
Yeah.
smelling my meat. I don't give a shit about these people. Like the meat. I'm hungry, man.
As you guys are sort of having this conversation and you're getting repaired, where are my notes? Hold on, I have notes. Where are my notes? There it is. Okay. Make a perception check, Evie. Please and thank you. Never mind. Directly from behind you,
All
Evie.
so far is so low.
That was a nat 1. So if it's red, that means that you rolled the lowest possible thing, which a 1 is always
That's
a failure. A 20 is not always a
amazing.
success. So
Just incredible. Listen, it's the winter. I told you I'm in recoup mode.
the
I'm a
floor
little
appears to
off
be
my
made of
game.
floor.
floor material. Okay. Where is it? Just looking for. I don't know if it put in your Eladrin features. Oh, okay. So you have we have to look up what the actual teleport does. Directly from behind you, you feel a very large hand come over your shoulder. It sort of cups your shoulder, and you immediately recognize who it is. It's a man called Bounty Master Sinhald. He's a very large human. He has a very long brown beard. His hair is braided in like eight or nine braids, and they go all over, and they come off on this huge ponytail that comes around. And there's a large iron band at the very end of it, keeping his hair intact. Bounty Master Sinhald is about 8.5 feet tall. He appears to be human, but his skin is dark gray, and he has white tattoos all over his body in runic forms, sort of that Viking style, knotwork and things like that all over his body. He's actually only wearing like a big leather vest. No clothing other than a leather vest. He has no cloak on. He has boots on. He has pants, and then he has just a leather vest on top of that. Everything else is just his skin showing. He has these giant iron-bound gauntlets, and he comes over your shoulder and he says, "Evie, it's been a long time, and you've been around this area for long enough that Bounty Master Sinhald is a huge part of this part of the world where he gives people money to deal with creatures. He's sort of like the contractor for the Witcher. So the Witcher goes and he looks at the bounty board, and then the bounty board is like, oh, we need someone to kill this monster, that kind of thing. Instead of having a bounty board, do you have a person? And a bounty master exists in each of these cities. And Bounty Master Sinhald is one of 4 within this city specifically. And you have sort of adventured with him for a little bit. He showed you the ropes when you arrived and things like that, like when you decided to become an adventurer, when you figured out that your blood has power, that kind of thing. So you are familiar with him in the fact that you've known each other for about 6 or 7 months total. And he looks at you and he says, who are your new friends?
It'd be a bit of a stretch to call them my friends, but they're some interesting characters that I've just happened upon.
Hello, my designation is Technician R3P-R4P. Please call me Rep Rap.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Rep Rap. And who is this? What? I don't know what's happening. As he looks at the lizard folk, who's like still smelling meats, and you see Evie, you see him like give like a handful of silver coins to the cook, and the cook pulls off one of those like haunch, like a sort of like turkey leg sized chunk of meat and hands it directly to you, Lorshik.
After I get my meat, I start walking towards Rep Rap Technician, whatever.
Yeah.
Because I want to offer him a bite. Because I don't realize that he probably doesn't want this, but I want to be nice after I was just so rude to him.
No, thank you. I do not eat.
I just chow down. I just don't care.
I just go ham on it.
He never gave his name, but based on the way he is dressed, I assume he is an out-of-work actor.
I introduced myself.
I would say from his weapons that that's definitely not the case.
I say, hi, I'm Lorshik. You can call me Lo. And
Lo.
I don't provide any more information. I just take another bite.
It's a pleasure
Hi,
to
Lo.
meet you, Lo. And who are you, friend?
I say I'm standing there and I'm realizing that I'm starting to be the odd one out, and so I kind of eagerly move in to blend in with the rest of the humans, or humanoids as it may be. And I say, I am a Vidar unit, one of many, but I imagine I'm the only left. You can call me Vidar.
What an introduction. Vidar, it's a pleasure to meet you. So, I came to you, Evie, specifically because we found an issue.
An issue with what?
There's a necromancer in the woods. And
Again?
so something about this world is that there are 2 types of magical items, okay? Technician, you're intimately familiar with this, that arcane magic items are made with temper. There is another form of magic item that happens when you kill people. So you kill someone, you suck out their life force, and then you introduce it into an item or an object, and that creates what they call soul stitching. And soul stitching is the worst thing you could have happen to you, because A, you may have died, but your presence exists forever on that item, whether it's a corpse, another person's corpse. And generally speaking, specific sets of necromancers have figured out that one person can fuel enough soul stitching to put together about 300 to 400 corpses for one living being. So, provided there is enough material, they could potentially fuel a full army if they kill 10, 15 people. And that's a well-known fact, is that necromancy is that specific form of necromancy, soul stitching, is extremely bad. And he did not say soul stitcher, he just said necromancer, which is fine, because resurrecting a dead body with arcane magic, not that big of a deal. Had he said soul stitcher, things would have gotten real. because that assumes a different level of power that you guys are not equipped for. And as you take on this information, and I will be introducing lore facts as we're going, so that you guys understand the world enough to interact with it. You get what I mean? I just want everyone to be on the same page that there are what I call everyman facts, and then there are specific facts, for example, that Vidar knows versus what Evie knows versus what Loershik knows versus what Technician knows. You all have your own set of knowledge within that, and feel free to insert any of it. If you would like to write with my world with me, do it. I don't care. You can write whatever you want as long as it makes sense within the world. And if you have questions that you don't want to ask out loud, message me on Discord. I have it on my phone, and I can respond there in kind, because I highly recommend and welcome that. If you have your own character's history and they know something, ask me if you're not sure, or just introduce it. I don't care, because it's just as much your world as it is my world. I may have written the rules of the world, but whatever's in the world is also up to you as well. Specifically for Loershik, you and I need to have a conversation at some point about where you come from and how that works and things like that. Because I have that written. You and I need to talk about it specifically.
Cool.
Okay, so hearing that there's a necromancer in the woods, Rep is going to look at Bounty. It's Sinhorn? Is that the name?
Sinhald.
Sinhald. Got it. Okay. It's going to look at Bounty Master Sinhald. Are you sure it's a necromancer? It might just be a very late cleric.
That's quite a joke. But no, this man has found a great mausoleum from the Second Age. Vidar, make a history check at advantage, please. You realize that where you're standing is historically, do you want me to message you this on Discord, or are you good with me saying it?
You say it.
Okay.
Fine.
So you realize, that little bit of information comes together, and in the time period in which you were created, there was a large battle. Because this continent did not used to look like this. It used to be much larger. And specifically here, one of the Tears of God landed here specifically in the area in which he's talking about. And what you remember is the great flood of undeath that ravaged the world after that happened. So there is an immense amount of dead bodies where he's talking about. And when I say immense, we're talking hundreds of thousands.
Can I roll a perception check to see if I notice anything off about Vidar?
Sure.
Yeah.
You notice nothing. Wow, your perception checks are so good today.
I'm trying so hard to get involved, but my guy just wants to eat his fucking food.
He just wants his food, man. So what do you do, Vidar?
I would assume that based on Reprap's joking and the fact, would he have any insight into these things?
No, he's like brand new.
He's way too young for that.
Yeah.
I think I would get a little bit closer, kind of like step forward, like, hey, maybe we should do something about this kind of tone. And I obviously heard the bounty master call her Evie, right?
Yes.
I'm just going to pretend that me and Evie are BFFs and that I've known her for ages and be like, Evie, this might be of concern. Maybe we can be of help.
I feel like I have some reservations to adding a ragtag bunch to what might have otherwise been a quick investigation with someone that I know. But since I'm a little shot and not at my best at the moment, I reluctantly agree to let you come along. You seem to have knowledge that I don't that could help me.
I should accompany Vidar. I do not wish him harm, but in the event the worst should happen, he should be recycled.
Oof. Oof.
I like that stance.
he's immediately on board, I assume.
Actually, worth more dead than alive. Perfect.
All right, the tabletop's going to reset for a second. I forgot
You
to
are a pizza box.
enable one of my modules, but it's okay. Save configuration.
I would like to put my hand on my maul and say, wherever you're going, my maul would like to help. And I do it with like a slight grin.
I feel like I often travel alone, so all of these new additions are starting to overwhelm me a little bit. So I'd like to see Lorshik prove his worth in combat.
I reach out with my giant drumstick and say, "You want some of Lo's meat?"
I don't take kindly to those type of jokes, so you'll be fighting me now.
The bounty master
I-
comes in between you and says, "Calm down." He's just, I think it was a joke. It was a joke, right, Lo?
This meat's delicious. I was just thinking maybe it would help her calm down a little
I
bit.
think he was being literal. Not, I don't know how that works. I'm pretty sure he is being literal, Evie. So, calm down.
Fine.
Calm
Tell
down.
me more about the necromancer then.
Oh, we
I
don't know
just
much
waddle
about
the meat like this.
We don't know much about him, but we do know that he has made some form of new creature that has killed 3 of the wild spirits.
That is concerning.
Yes, we're not really sure how, but all we found was that they were just impaled by splinters of bone. And when I say impaled, I mean from head to toe. All of it.
Okay, so it sounds like if we're going to check this guy out, it wouldn't hurt to have backup.
Yeah.
Quick question about the wild spirits. Like, how is that? Like, you said there's a town of 30,000. Are they like 10,000 of the city are them, or is 3 a lot to have been killed?
3 is a large number. There's about 100 to 150 of them at a time. They come and go all over the crag to take care of nature things and stuff like that. But at any given moment, their total population is about 500. But in the city, they usually keep it between 100 and 150.
So the city's not shutting down, but it's not good.
It's no, it's not sustainable. Oh, well, and think about it. They're druids that are capable in combat and things like that, and they were just destroyed by this dude. So that's immediately like a red flag. And the bounty master looks at you guys and says, "If you finish this, I'll give you 300 gold. Just for your group, for your party. 300 gold."
How much gold was Vidar taking off the cook?
About 5.
Okay. It's decent.
Can I try
So,
to just completely off topical? Can I take that 5 gold that I just stole from the cook and use it to buy more meat from the cook to give to Lorshik, because I'm trying to, like, you know,
Sure.
That's a lot of meat.
He's
I'm
trying
And
to
a few
make the
silver pieces
lizard
for
man
this
a
giant
pet.
hunk.
I'm trying to mimic some of his behavior a little bit, to be like, apparently gifting people meat is a thing that happens around here, like that kind of mindset.
And the cook sort of
I
looks at
paid
you.
silver pieces for this giant hunk of meat, and you want to give the chef 5 gold for meat.
You give him like a full gold, and he hands each of you a pack of like jerky rations that last for weeks. So he hands each of you enough for like 10, 15 days worth of rations just in that alone. And he looks at Technician and he's like, do you want this?
I will hold on to them in case others need them.
Oh, what a generous being. And he sort
Aw.
of hands it to you. And he looks at Vidar and he's like, Not really sure. He like tentatively hands it to you. And a gold pays for basically like 60 days worth of rations total between all of you.
Oh, so quick question, I guess, on this logistically. So I already had rations in my inventory. This is not those rations. This is
No, these are additional rations.
Okay, got it.
Do you add the gold and rations to our inventory, or do we need to maintain our inventory?
You should maintain your inventory, and the easiest way to do that is on the upper right. There's a compendium. It looks like a little book with a circle on it. You can click that, and then you can go down to items SRD, and it should have all of the items. And if it doesn't, I will add an item for you, and I'll give it to you. And it should be rations, day, I think. Yeah, rations, and then you just drag in rations.
Is it? I don't see it. Oh, I'm in spells.
Yeah.
The name of the spell for rations is feast, I think.
Or good berry.
I'm confused. It's not working for me. What section is it? Items SRD.
Items SRD. It's good. We're learning. We're learning things. And then you can drag one onto your sheet, and it will put it in your inventory, and then you can change how many are in there as well.
If I had 5 or 1 day worth of rations, I can just change it, add 60 to that.
Yeah, you can add add 15 to that.
Yeah.
Because they're essentially made of the same thing, whether it's like ration packs that have like berries and things that don't, like raisins and stuff that doesn't. That's the key, is he's giving you food that lasts a very long time so that you don't have to worry about being in the wilderness and foraging and things like that, especially in the dead of winter. So
it should be rations parenthesis 30.
there should be a quantity in your sheet. Yes. In that parenthesis, you could click that number and then change it to 30 or 15. 15 for you all together. There you go.
That's how heavy is 30?
30 pounds. They're 2 pounds each. Because if you think about a full day of rations, it's about, what is it mathematically? For humans, it's actually not. Our efficiency is actually extremely poor, but it's okay.
So
what's up?
So in the consumables there was already rations 1 day 10. Did we add?
You can
the-
add 15 to that, or you can add different. If you don't have rations at all, you can add on to that as well. So
Okay, I just have both in there. One's 10, one's 15.
We can consolidate if you really want to. It's up to you.
Not fussed.
All right, so you guys are sort of together now. Would you like to head out to the area he talks about? Because it's sort of to the southwest in a small wooded area. It's not represented on the map with a proper wood thing because it's not dense enough to be like on there. There are terrain features that are not featured on here. I wanted to make the maps easy to read and understand how things work and how they look, but not specifically like very specific area terrain features.
Can I like? Well, do we all know that Vidar is wearing a disguise?
You don't.
I think
You
you're the
rolled a
only
negative
one.
number for
Yeah.
perception.
You were
so-
focused on the meat.
You just.
I want to know what he's wearing.
What are you wearing, Vidar? Are you just wearing? What are you wearing?
I don't remember something.
I would
It's
assume
basically like standard leather armor, kind of covering as much of my body as possible.
And
So
then a cloak. He has a cloak on his head too. Like the hood is up.
So nothing shiny, nothing that
Nope.
looks or is.
But
Okay.
he has glowing eyes. His eyes are glowing blue.
I don't really care about that.
But I'm just saying that's his most striking feature.
Very, very sexy woman thing. I can't tell by this portrait, but that's beautiful.
It's androgynous
Beautiful
for a
eyes.
reason. And just to the southwest, where basically Rap's actual character is, it's about a half day's walk. And keep in mind that this is like early morning. Evie, I assume that your character enjoys like being out early and like seeing the sun and everything. And as you're moving out, there's a sort of fog that lies around on the outside of the city because of the relative humidity and things like that. And then as the sun begins to come up, it heats up, and that fog goes away, and you see a snow-covered plain that has trees dotted every once in a while, and there's a small wooded area directly to the southwest as you feel a sort of breeze blow in, and some clouds in the southeast or southwest distance begin to move along the mountain ridge to the east or to the west. So directly to your right as you're heading southwest, there's a load of clouds directly ahead of you coming this way. They appear to be very dense, and Evie, you immediately know that it's going to be snowing within the next couple hours. You're not really sure how bad, but you can definitely feel that it's going to be happening. The best part, all of you are assumed to have cold weather clothing, except for Technician doesn't need it. But Loershik, you probably have a very heavy cloak, fur cloak or something like that. I assume you do, because you live here, obviously.
It doesn't look like fur. On the outside, it looks like silk, but on the inside, it's definitely warm.
Okay, good. As you move along this snow-covered area, it's not very much snow. It's probably an inch or two of snow. Go ahead and make a survival check, everybody, please. And survival is things like finding food in the wilderness, tracking, being aware of things in nature that don't belong there, that kind of thing can be a huge part of it. Holy crap. Evie.
I'm doing all right.
You see a load of cat paw prints. You can immediately identify them very easily. Cat paw prints, except these are mountain lion sized. And there's about 4 potentially mountain lions that you can see tracks for. And then there's a load of, like you can see a bunch of snow owl imprints where they found mice or something, where it's just a thing of snow, big thing of feathers and nothing else. It definitely caught prey in the night or whatever. A lot of this snow is just completely untouched. There's a small mudded road that leads in the way, but none of you are walking on that because you don't want to get stuck. And the muddied road leads to this large grove of trees that on the very outside of it have a large number of saplings. It appears that they're moving the foresting area from where the mountain is out to these large plains, and the wild spirits have begun to grow these saplings in the middle of this plain area, where close to the river, or within range of the river. And a lot of it is overgrown, and they've begun to grow these things. And as you reach this sort of clearing, I need each of you to make a perception check for me, please. Evie. Wow. Everyone is not rolling well at the moment.
Evie had her coffee before we took off.
Definitely.
She had a kind of shaky morning, and then all of a sudden she's in the zone.
Listen, we were in the city, now we're in the nature, my element.
I get it. Totally
The
get
nature.
it. The nature. Those plains elves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I realized I didn't have my music imported, so I'm gonna fix it. Where are you, thing?
Can I change my picture in the game?
Did you find a new one?
I made one that matches my lore.
Oh. I have.
It'll let me. I just want to get DM's permission.
Well, I have a token maker if you want to send me. If you want to send it to me on Discord, I can make a new token for you. How the heck? Log out. I forgot how to log out of Discord. Okay. Oh, my stupid thing. Okay. And then I need to set up a thing real quick. Let's do this. We're on Discord. Sorry, guys, for the delay. We're going to figure this out.
This is the technical difficulties. Hold music.
Okay. Save image as. Or not. Okay, there it is. Cool. I don't remember your color code. Okay.
Your cup say NB.
That's dope.
That is dope.
This is why I gotta build myself a laser engraver.
I want one of those.
It is cheating. He's not actually role playing. He actually is an artificer.
Right?
Look, it's session 0. You can't call me out for cheating in session 0. That's just not cool.
Yet being the keyword. Oh my goodness. Why did it do that? Okay. There you are. There we go. And let me upload this into the thing, and then I will fix it for you. There's just a process that I have to do to change your
I'm not worried about for session 0.
No, but if we solve it
don't
now,
fret it.
if I don't have to solve it later. Okay, uploaded. Select file. Prototype token. Update token. Delete this one. Put down this one. Oh, nope, it didn't change your token.
Is it cached, possibly?
Oh, it is. I just have to change it.
Ah.
Like each token, the actual token, you have to change the image on. There you go. There you go. Okay. So you guys are on your way. You're just at the outside of this grove. Is anyone doing anything specifically? On Evie, you notice that the amount of footprints that are on the outside are very small, and along that road there's like loads of like supplies and like a couple carts on the outside, and there's a bunch of tents, and the tents appear to not necessarily be abandoned but have not been used in a while. They are open and they're like actively flapping and things like that. It appears to be 4 tents, 3 of which were for the wild spirits, and then there's like a sort of like groundskeeper type tent that appears to be a little bit more permanent. It has like a wood floor, and then it's just anchored to in a very different way than the tents are for the druids. That's the first thing that you notice.
Okay. Do we check it out? See if there's anything there that we could take with us?
Sure. If you want to make an investigation check, you could do that. There we go. There's a little background music. Perfect. Can everyone hear that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ominous.
Dope.
The intro was kind of mechanical. I thought they were doing construction next to me again. So.
Okay. So, yeah, if you'd like to do an investigation, as you're looking through these tents, you notice that there's very few supplies other than a bedroll. Druids are very crafty in the fact that they can summon their own food, usually. They can do all sorts of other stuff. And for the most part, you can see that the druids have not been around for a little while. Probably a week or so.
Okay, and we passed like small saplings where they were initially growing something out in the field, right? So they were here.
Yep.
And they're not now?
They are definitely not.
More concern, yes.
The druids would not have abandoned this place. They were working here. Somebody has moved them.
Wonder if
Did-
it was intentional or by their own accord.
Did Sinhold actually say how many druids had died?
He said that 3 had died.
Okay, I'm doing the math, and I say, if these are the druids' tents, where's the 4th druid? Or would it be apparent that all 4 of them would have been druid tents, or do you say a 4th one was different?
The 4th one does appear to be different. It's a more permanent structure rather than just like a canvas tent.
I don't have an excellent feeling about this place, so maybe we should move on.
Okay.
I think Rep Rap wants to investigate that fourth permanent structure tent.
Sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check, please. Damn. You get you sort of get in there, and it's definitely it's not a canvas tent. It's more of like a mesh tent where it has one layer of canvas and then a layer of insulation and then another layer of canvas on top of it. And then it's not even anchored. It's actually like bolted to the ground in most of the cases, and it's actually sealed on the bottom with a layer of what appears to be a rudimentary rubber type seal. So this is a well-crafted station, and it's got a little bed in the corner, and then there's a desk and a bunch of empty boxes that appear to be paperwork boxes of some sort. You're not really sure, but it definitely looks like a sort of overseer / groundskeeper's office, because there's a bunch of tools also hanging up on a rack. There's a very nice looking shovel, there's a hoe, there's a pickaxe, and a scythe. Not a scythe, but a sickle specifically.
Okay. This appears to be the overseer's office, the supervisor. This is not a druid tent. But the supervisor also appears to have been moved. Actually, just out of curiosity, do I find any like food or drink in there?
None. 0.
None? 0? Okay.
I'd like to walk into the tent and go over to the very nice shovel and just pick it up, and I'm holding onto it.
Okay, you can put a shovel in your inventory.
Oh, cool.
There should be one. If there's not, I'll add one for you. Keep in mind, it's not a weapon. It would be an improvised weapon if you use it as a weapon, and it's a disadvantage, and it's not very good. Just an FYI. Improvised weapons are not something without feats that are going to be good. And also, as you're looking, there's a small clearing, like they've cleared a couple trees out of the way, and at the very center of this small grove, there's a large, sort of, almost like a mausoleum. It's like a ancient mausoleum. The very top and the sides of this thing have been worn away. It appears to be very, very well made, but the sides of it have been worn away by water, by thousands of years of just water.
Is this the mausoleum that the bounty guy was talking about?
It is.
What was his name?
Bounty Master Sinhald.
Bounty Master Sinhold. And he's not with us right now.
No.
Do we?
How-
We still don't know that Vidar knows more than, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I do a history check
Sure.
now that I've seen the mausoleum?
Sure. If you could roll well once, that would be cool.
You know the history of the meat that you ate earlier today.
It was so good.
So how far away is the mausoleum? And we're just noticing it? Is that what's happening?
Yes, it's about 300 or 400 feet away in the middle of this large grove of trees. The trees here are well grown. They appear to be ancient, but the dirt around the trees tells a story that these were grown very quickly over the last couple weeks. Because normally, you know, the dirt and stuff reacts to it. The dirt has been it's like an upheaval happened as the trees grew very quickly. And the mausoleum appears to be open from the distance you're seeing it, because normally there's a large stone door. Evie knows this. This mausoleum has existed forever. Even Loershik, you know that this mausoleum exists and has existed for a long time. And yeah, the door's open. Normally there's a stone door. It appears to be either moved or currently on the inside.
I
Does
look over.
Evie know about the wild spirits? Sorry.
Evie would be. You probably know a couple of the wild spirits. You're probably familiar with them because you've been here for a long time.
I noticed the door being open, and I say, I remember when they built that, but I've never seen the door open since then.
You remember when they built that?
And I
This
kinda
appears
just-
to be the mausoleum that the bounty master told us about. He said this was from the Second Age. That would make you thousands of years old.
And I kind of just like hesitate, like, oh, yeah, I wasn't supposed to say that. Either way, it's awkward that the door is open to a mausoleum, is it not?
Hopefully we all noticed that one.
I want to put my hand on the hilt of my maul again, and I look at Vidar and say, "There's more that you're not telling us."
Everyone make
Yeah,
a
I
perception
agree
check,
with that one.
please, and thank you. Can you roll well once, please? Just one time. You're gonna do it one time, okay?
It's gonna be in combat and everyone's
Technician
gonna
and
die.
Evie, as you're like looking to interrogate Vidar, you notice some strange movement in the entry of the mausoleum. Something moved from the ground of the entrance of the mausoleum to the ceiling of the mausoleum very quickly.
That's
Evie, did you
distracting.
see that? Something moved north. No, not north. Up.
I did. I want to approach very slowly and cautiously and invite everyone also behind me.
Yeah, Rep follows.
Okay, so
Following.
what's the marching order? Is Evie first then?
I'm last, and I'm following behind Vidar with my
You're
hand
still
on
trailing
my
with
hilt.
your meat
And
bone
my
in
meat
the
in
other
my
hand.
hand. Shovel sticking out of my backpack.
Yeah.
So the marching order is Evie, Technician, Vidar, Loershik. Cool. So you guys are moving along the path.
There's an extra like 3 or 4 paces between me and Vidar, just to be clear.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I don't trust him.
As you guys are moving, you look around, and the trees close to the mausoleum are they look strange. And as you get closer, you realize that there are bones sticking out of the trees. They appear to be leg bones sticking out of the tree, and there is a humanoid shape that doesn't have bones on it on one of the trees.
Like stuck in the tree.
Yeah.
Would this be more of like the bones are like have been thrown into the tree?
Oh, yeah,
used as
absolutely.
spears, or the trees grew with
No,
the bones out of
trees, the trees got speared by bones, and there is a
there
humanoid
a-
shape missing.
Can I?
Oh,
Like,
I see what
missing,
you're
or
saying.
it's like a corpse?
like the outline of
No,
a
no,
their body
it's
was.
the outline of a body, right? So
Yep.
think like the
got
Hiroshima
it. So
blast,
it's making an
shadow,
outline.
yeah,
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
but with bones.
But with
Yeah, yeah.
bones. But with bone shards and bones.
Where the
it-
druids had bone shards in them as well,
Yes.
right? When they were dead.
Yes, they did.
So they were moved. They were killed here and then moved.
Mm-hmm. And as you continue moving forward, there are bone shards everywhere. As you get closer to the mausoleum, there are bone shards in the stone. And do me a favor.
investigation?
Make an investigation check, actually. I was
Everyone?
trying to think specific. Oh my god! Oh,
It's okay. Could have been worse though.
Yeah,
Could've
you could have
been-
rolled the way
It could have
you
been
did.
worse. Yeah.
Could have rolled mine because I definitely
Vidar.
didn't find anything.
Vidar, you can see that there are 4 explosion points. That there are definitely 4 epicenters in which this happened.
But like basically like there's like the blast radius of bones, like where the shards are all facing away from those points, kind of thing.
That's exactly it.
And are they like in the mausoleum or still like in the
They are
the space
outside.
between us? I'm gonna point those out to say it looks like the bones originated in these locations, and I kind of point them out.
And as you do that, you can actually see like concentric circles of bones shards in various angles and things like that appear that something leaped upward and then exploded.
4 times.
4 separate instances, yes. Battery exhausted.
Yeah, I gotta switch it to the other one.
That's great. Actually, yeah, that's so cool. Battery exhausted.
Be fitting for technician or Vidar.
I know, right? So what?
She's actually role playing.
What are you doing, Loershik? As you're moving and eating your meat, looking at Vidar. What are you doing as you're looking around and they're pointing these things out to you and you're realizing that this is a little bit more grim than you expected?
My pace grows a little bit slower. More distance is being placed between me and Vidar. I want to look around and see if I notice anything that isn't the bones, but like anything of value, like bags that were left behind, or maybe trinkets that fell out of people's pockets as they were moved. Is it possible for me to do that? Or since I just failed a perception check, does that kill it?
I would say that go ahead and make an investigation check for me. Let's see if you see anything specific. Wow. We need to document how many rolls before you actually succeed at something.
We need to start a count. Just
I know, man.
I'm just at this point. I'm just like, I still have my hand on my hilt. My arm's kind of growing tired.
I think it's.
I'm about finished with my food, so I would just toss the bone over my shoulder, and I'm just curiously looking around, not really seeing anything because apparently I'm dumb as shit, and just starting to walk ever slower. I'm worried, very worried.
Okay. You guys reach the entrance of the mausoleum before too long. And as you're looking into it, the smell of humid air assaults you from inside. Normally you would expect it to be dry, but it smells extremely humid inside. Like you can tell, especially you, Loershik, your sort of smell is very keen, and it smells humid as shit in there. So humid.
Do I recognize the smell? Beyond it just being wet?
It smells like your homeland. Almost. It's very reminiscent of that.
I let out a warning to the group and tell them that something strange is afoot. And urge them to not go in the mausoleum.
Evie, can you make a perception? Would you make a perception check for me, please? Oh, nat 20. Okay, so if it's green, that means that you rolled a nat 20. Directly inside the mausoleum, you're sort of looking down at the ceiling, and you sort of hunker down, and in the ceiling, there appears to be anchored to the ceiling a large, I want to say soccer ball size, so like this big, sort of spherical object made of femurs. Just a giant ball of leg bones. And it appears to be breathing or something.
How high up is it?
About 8 feet. 8 to 10 feet.
So like 2 feet above my head?
Yeah. But you're standing just outside the mausoleum and you're like looking inside, and it appears to have like some sort of tongue or appendage attached to the ceiling, and it's waiting to drop down.
It's a trap, for sure.
I have 2 questions. One, is it lit inside the mausoleum?
Not at all.
And 2, do any of us actually have any sort of like night vision
One
kind
of you does.
abilities?
Yeah, that would be me. I think that's why I saw it in there.
I've got compensation for night vision, but no.
Does Evie react at all to this? Well, like she sees it, she knows it's a trap, but
Yeah, but
Yeah,
do you
she
tell
said
anyone?
it's a trap.
Do you tell anyone, or did you say that's a trap? There's a trap.
Yeah, I'll describe it to everyone and give them my intuition that it's a trap.
I unhilt my maul immediately.
So you're pulling. I assume everyone's pulling out weapons at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I have a speculation, but I'm not sure if I need to be rolling to make this guess of what I think is happening, and if I'm allowed to make this guess, or if I can put 2 and 2 together.
No, you're more than welcome to do it.
Okay, because based on how you described the previous set of concentric circles around the bones, it seemed like there was big balls of bones exploding off the ground, and if there's a big ball of bones in the air, then it's very possible we're about to have a ball of bones explode on us and impale us, just like all the druids did. And I'm just guessing that this is like a.
Are you
a
saying this
bone
out loud?
bomb. Did she describe it to us already?
She did.
Yeah. Then I'm speculating that perhaps it's a bone bomb, and that's what we have seen 4 of out in the field.
Has the bone bomb identified Evie yet, or is she stealthily?
It is currently.
peeking
It
in?
appears to be dormant.
Okay. But breathing.
Appears to be.
Yeah. If you've ever, what are those things?
It's in sentry mode. It's just hanging out.
Well, have you seen those like balls that they have like a bunch of like not pins, but like things on the outside, and they push them in, and it's sort of like like the things, I don't know. It's sort of like a stress ball. You know how you squeeze a stress ball and some of them move out and in? It's sort of doing that motion. It's sort of undulating rather than breathing.
All right, so Rep wants to kind of have a look into the entryway, into the mausoleum, specifically looking for any sort of like pillar or edifice, anything that would constitute like half cover that the steel defender could actually get behind.
No, this entrance to the mausoleum
Okay.
is only 5 feet wide, only one person abreast, and it just appears to be a sort of stone building that used to look sort of like a house, sort of like the Roman style building with the columns. Like there used to be columns, but they're no longer columns.
Okay.
It's just been weather worn for centuries or millennia at this point.
I tell the group this place is of great importance. I'm just not sure why. I recognize it. It looks familiar to me. And I just leave it at that.
Okay. Rep is going to motion for everybody to stand at either side of the entrance. So not directly in front of the entrance. It's like just on either side. And is themselves going to also stand on one side of the entrance, and then I would like to I'd like to have the steel defender just rush the entrance as fast as possible.
So you're gonna have him run through it, or you're gonna have him run into it and just sit there?
Run through it as quickly as possible.
Okay, so he's gonna take an action, then a dash action to move around it, right? So basically move through it.
Yeah.
As a reaction,
Before that move happens,
Okay.
hold on. Do we need a token for the fox?
not yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not yet. That will be represented in the next section. So after this first initial encounter, we're gonna move on. We're gonna take a break right
I just
after.
don't want him to die, man.
Right after this is over, we're gonna move on, and then we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna go right into it. As a reaction, the rattle mine drops off the floor 3 feet, and then boom, explodes in bones, and it just goes and huge, like literally, you guys see that dozens of bones just fly out of the entrance. I need your steel defender to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay.
Oh, it succeeded. So it takes half damage.
What is the steel defender?
His steel defender is his pet. He has a
yeah.
sort of mechanical looking. It looks like a fox. It looks like a fox at this point. It actually looks like it has fur and things like that, but very clearly, like, it has very mechanical. It looks natural movements, but there's just something off. There's just something off about it.
Is the dog in there?
I need Day Day to answer. What does the fox say?
It says ow, 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 apparently.
It takes 8 points of damage.
Oh, okay. That's actually not that bad.
Oh, I rolled really poorly. I rolled so bad.
I was hoping you would.
Then again, if you guys ever watch my other series, I am notorious for rolling poorly when it matters. Even my viewership, my viewership has offered me money to let me reroll. So, let's go. Okay, so.
Okay, so after that, technician or rep is going to look around and say, "The entryway should now be safe."
Your pet appears to have gone down a set of stairs as well, by the way.
Okay.
So I need to add the steel defender sort of in the front. So can I get a marching order for moving inside if you guys are moving inside?
I feel like I should probably go first, being able to see like 200 feet ahead in the dark.
I pull a torch out of my bag, and I use my tinderbox to light it? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Do I have to?
That's what they're for.
Consume the tinderbox in doing so, and I consume a torch.
No. You don't consume anything until you lose it.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow behind the lizard man, behind Lorchik.
Okay. Vidar, or does that mean that you're second then?
Sure.
Okay.
As long as I have somebody to hide behind.
That's fine. Okay. And then the steel defender is going to be first in the current order because that's how it was. So.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring you into this new scene. Don't move yet.
Ooh.
So, keep in mind that you can only see what your character sees. So everyone else has a different perspective than you. They all see the fog of war differently, that kind of thing. But this is where we're going to hang out for a bit. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll be right back into it as soon as we get back. For people need to go to the bathroom or whatever, this is the best way to do it. So let me change to my 15-minute break real quick, and I'm gonna cut this whole thing in editing anyway. So, all right. Let's take 15 minutes. We'll come right back into it, and then we'll be good. We are dope. Welcome back, everybody, to Legendary Tales. We took a 15-minute break there. I'm going to cut that in editing, obviously. But we are in the mausoleum. They've officially entered the mausoleum. I need everyone to make a perception check as soon as you enter the mausoleum. Loershik has lit a torch, and the light will be shown on as soon as they start moving. Oh, my God. 2 nat 20s. And very nearly, and yeah, Loershik is not.
Can I just off myself and ruin my character now, or?
Oh man, there are times where people are unlucky. I promise. when shit gets real, it's gonna be a bit different.
You should have seen when we were rolling my character.
Okay. Can I get a perception check from the Steel Defender as well, please?
Yes, you can.
Oh. So the Steel Defender sort of signals back at you. And Evie, you see there are 2 rattle mines in the distance on the ceiling.
I want to warn everyone about those.
You can see them on the map, by the way. Their little tokens are right there.
So there are 2. What are they? What kind of mines?
They're called rattle mines. They're basically giant hunks of organs that shoot bones out when they explode.
All right. So just so everyone's aware, there are 2 rattle mines at the entrance to a passageway that's forward to us, and they're on the ceiling. Definitely think if we walk between those, they're just gonna mark us.
I take my torch and I hand it to Rep behind me so I can put both hands on my maul.
No, I'll take the torch.
Okay.
I think my night vision is failing me. I definitely can't see as far as Evie.
Are you supposed to have night vision?
I don't think so.
No, you do not have dark vision. Yeah.
Didn't think that
Your
went very
non-existent
well.
night vision is failing you, yes.
My eyes glow, but that's just for edginess.
Yes.
How do we feel about sending the dog to set the traps off again?
We don't feel great. How do we feel about shooting the traps? Since they are in a position where we would actually have a line of sight on them instead of hanging above a thing that we can't see them from the front of.
How far actually is that range of how far out are they? Because I can do the
Let me show you. So
like I don't know what measurement.
on the upper left, there's a set of tools. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, you can actually measure with that ruler. For example, Evie to those is 30 feet.
I don't have them in my line of sight yet.
I know, but
But
Evie can tell you.
So I clicked on the ruler, but it doesn't. How do you like use it?
Click and drag.
the bottom,
Click
the bottom right ruler.
So, oh, that's a different ruler. Click on the person, the basic controls, and then to the right of that, there's another set of controls. One of them is measure distance.
Yeah, that's the one I'm clicking.
And
Then you
are you
shoot this
clicking
left
and
click
holding?
and drag.
Click and drag. There you go.
Oh yes. Okay, I see. Gotcha.
And then
Thank
you can
you.
right click to do different, if you drag. What? Why isn't it working? Oh, if you hold control when you do it, and then you click, you can do complex shapes.
Software is pretty cool.
I know, right?
Okay.
So, don't you dare. Yeah, you would. But yeah. That's how you do it. So now you can measure. So, and keep in mind that if you were to use, I think Ray of Frost has a 120-foot range on it. No, 60 feet. And then chill touch is 120 feet. So yes, they're well within range of Eevee. It just depends on how far you want to go in.
Does she have limited use on these spells, like before she has to rest?
Not for cantrips.
Okay. Maybe we should move the dog back. Like, take him back with you. What is his name? Sorry.
Defender.
He's not even a dog. I think
Defender.
you should maybe call Defender back to be closer to you so that I have a better, like, unobstructed
Defender,
hit.
return. So movement inside the hallway, it's one person wide, but
Essentially,
Defender's...
the rest of you would have to move up in order for him to come back.
Okay.
We're just like cuddling in the corridor,
Yeah.
shuffling around in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna ask.
But you can actually click on him
Evie's
and then
opinion on
use your
something?
arrows. You can actually use arrows to move around, or Wazd can actually move you around as well.
Oh, nice.
But the problem is that only one of you can be in a space at a time unless you're ethereal, and then you take damage if you end in a spot with someone else. So if you guys want to reshuffle yourselves to be in order, you can do that.
Okay.
Ooh,
Well, I'm all the way at the back, so
there
there
we
is
go.
no.
There
okay.
you go.
Wait a minute.
I can see him now.
Dang it.
If you need me to move someone, let me know, because I can do that. If you guys would like to roll stealth, what we're going to do is we're going to make this a party stealth check. So everyone that rolls, we basically count how many people succeed and how many people fail, and then that generates a party range of failure and success. So if more people succeed... no, stealth. So if more people succeed than fail, then the party is successfully stealthed.
Hey, there you go. You got a good roll in.
Holy crap, look at him! He succeeded! Okay, so yeah,
Oh,
the steel defender needs to roll stealth as well, please.
Oh, right.
I rolled a +9 and still only got a 12.
My can tower
Good
just
trash. Good.
This. So. Give me a second
dexterity.
here.
If he doesn't have it listed, it's just dexterity.
Okay. There was a feature for this, so I want to. Sorry.
You're good.
Still. Expanded. Okay. Yep. Got it. Dexterity. Just modifier or
Just
modifier.
dexterity ability check.
Okay.
Because it won't be listed if the steel defender doesn't have a proficiency with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So the party has successfully stealthed, because the passive perception of these guys is extremely low. So, what would you guys like to do? So now is let's go ahead and we'll go from the front to the back. Evie, what would you like to do?
I think it makes sense for me to cast one memento, trying to get my sheet back up.
Oh, if you want to minimize your sheet, just double-click the top bar, and it will minimize it for you.
Is this going to require her to take an action to do this?
Yes, it will.
Okay, what is that?
But we're not in combat. So, I'm letting you know. I will let you know when we're in combat, and then we'll go through that process. But right now, I'm letting you know that these things are triggered. They do not have perception. They can't see. So, there's a specific sense, a specific trigger for them in order for them to explode. So, shooting them at distance, as long as you see them, is going to be a proper thing.
Okay, so...
And remember, friendlies do not block line of sight, and you can move through friendlies. You cannot move through enemies, but you can move through friendlies, both in and out of combat.
Okay. What does taking an action mean?
In combat, you get one action, one bonus action, one reaction. That's what you get. Outside of that, it just determines how much of your turn it takes, because a turn is 6 seconds. Most actions take between 3 and 4 seconds. Bonus actions take between 1 and 2 seconds, and the reactions are just an instant thing that happens.
Okay.
So an action is like a big deal. A bigger deal than a bonus action would be. A bonus action is just a little bit extra.
It means you can't just sit here and start and kill everything in the room unless you have a spell that's specific to do it.
Or an ability
Gotcha.
that lets you attack more than once or something like that. So,
Gotcha.
or a lot of area effect spells have an action and then they have to take reactions like you hit automatically. In the case of most of your spells, you have to roll to hit. So go ahead and cast a spell. What spell are you going to do?
Ray of Frost.
Okay.
I clicked it, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you click attack. And I'm going to give you advantage. Oh,
Oh, sorry.
you hit either. Actually, roll again with advantage. Because if you get a nat 20, it doubles the dice. So you don't have to click right. Once it's on the chat bar, you don't have to click it
You
again.
don't have to do it again.
No,
Okay,
because
gotcha.
I could actually actively change the stats and it will still be there. Okay, so you definitely hit.
Okay. And now I do the damage.
Do
one.
damage, yep.
Oof.
They don't have lots of hit points. They're mines. They just explode. So
Okay.
And you rolled
cool.
a D8, not a D20.
Oh, okay. I see that.
you
Oh,
no,
finally
that
ready.
literally add 1 through 8, a 5, average.
Nice.
So
when that one died, you said that it didn't detonate and like.
no,
shower
it
us
sort
with-
of shriveled, like the organic part of it shriveled, and then the bones sort of fall out onto the ground and it sort of rattles around.
And so if I can see that in my line of sight, right?
Uh-huh.
I was because it's kind of like getting dark in that area on my vision.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that if the icon is there, that means I can see it.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's
And
not
was that her-
complete darkness in here for some reason. So if you would like to go, you can make your attack action as well. Remember, your things can be thrown.
Oh, do I have to? Yeah, they have a 60-yard range.
They do. They have a 60-foot range. Yep.
We could
Okay,
technically
yeah.
yeet the torch into the room. Is what you're saying?
If you want to.
No, so it's my turn now.
It is.
I'm going to use my psychic blades to attack the other one.
Go ahead.
See, where's
Look at me, I have psychic blades.
the button? For this, I clicked on that.
So you click on the dice.
Oh,
So when you're hovering over your Psychic Blades dex, click the dice. There you go.
Okay.
And then now click attack. And then advantage because you're stealthed. And now you also get your damage. Did I add the sneak attack damage to that? I think I might need to add the sneak attack damage to it. Hold on. Versatile formula is 2d6.
Oh, do I have to hit the sneak
Nope.
attack button? Oh, okay.
Nope. So what you
Okay,
can
just do a
do?
normal attack now.
What you can do now? No, you just do damage
Yep, damage and then
and
the
versatile.
normal and not
Versatile.
critical.
Yep. So when you click damage, just click normal. Oh, the versatile damage isn't there, but you kill it either way. The next time we do Psychic Blades, it should have versatile damage as another section, and then you can click that for sneak attack damage.
Gotcha.
Okay. It appears that the mines are clear. What would you guys like to do now?
I think we should proceed with caution a bit. It looks like there's a passageway to the west as well of where we're facing. So maybe we should all kind of move to the center of the room and see what we want to do.
What is the thing in the center of the room? Is that on the floor or is that like
That is a coffin,
Casket, yeah.
and it's made of metal.
Should we all kind of move in and check it out?
I mean, you can control your character. Feel free just to like.
I don't want to go by my.
Don't go too far.
mean-
Don't go too far. But just if you want to hang out in the room, go ahead.
Okay.
Remember, you can move through. You can move through each other and stuff. So feel free to move about the cabin. Just don't go too far, because there are specific things that are going to be happening that I need you to wait for, please.
The attempted token move collides with at least one. Oh, it's because I have to. I see. Okay.
What are these things all spread out on the bottom of the room, like pots?
They're they're little clay pots.
Can I do an investigation on the casket?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
No, you can't.
I'll do investigation as well. I'll
Will
do
you,
that
though?
as well. You
I
know
think
what?
I took
Listen.
the low roll.
Master of stealth. Good at
No,
nothing
no,
else.
Let's get the hat trick here. Let's get the hat trick.
I
I
was
will
ready
investigate the.
I was ready for him to roll a nat 20 and then you be like, there's nothing in it.
Oh, this is so good. Okay, so as you're looking at the coffin, there's a bunch of lettering written on the sides of the coffin and some formerly enchantments. It appears that there was an enchantment on this, but the temper has been removed, and it appears to be forcefully.
Okay.
You said there's temper on
There
there?
used to be temper on it, but it appears that it has been either chipped off, melted away, or removed in some way, shape, or form.
The runes on this coffin have lost their temper.
Sorry.
Just
Would
announce
any-
it to the rest of the room.
Would any of us have the ability to tell what the runes might have been before, or are they like completely worn away? Like, is there still like
You
awareness of what
can
used to
make
be
a
there?
history check. If you'd like to make a history check at advantage.
very add advantage?
From the runes and the etching and the the carving of the symbols, this appears to be formerly a commander who died fighting the Tears of God. That's the actual text on it. The commander's name has sort of been scratched off and removed a long time ago, to where it's unreadable, illegible.
If
But yes,
if that's just words instead of any sort of like magical runes.
it used to be magic. It used to have some sort of protection spell on it. And actually, surprisingly, make an Arcana check for those of you who are looking at it. Oh, Loreshik, you know what it is. Evie knows what it is better. Technician Loreshik and Evie, you all recognize this as a sealing spell. So it's a spell that prevents the coffin from being opened as long as the enchantment exists.
And that's still intact.
No, that enchantment has been removed because the temper has been removed.
Is the
And
lid
have we
still on?
determined if the coffin's open?
The coffin does not appear to have been opened.
But it could be. All right, so here's the first question I have for the party, out of character. Who here's into grave robbing?
I mean, Vidar was pickpocketing.
I walk up to the coffin and I start to push the lid open.
Make an athletic or a raw strength ability check for me, please.
Raw strength, you said?
Yes.
How strong is the lizard man?
Oh,
Apparently not very strong today,
succeed at something.
Because I am trash at everything. I go to push this off, and for some reason it's just really stuck. And I extend my arms, and I fall on my back, and my maul just like falls off my back and rolls onto the ground.
It's you got meat grease on your hands. Is the problem? See,
You're digesting also. It's lizard
Yep.
lizard stuff.
Man,
Just lizard
You
stuff.
guys might make great friends someday.
there's
I
no heat
appreciate
lamp
the
in
moral
here. It's
support.
just the one cold rock. You're just kind of sluggish. Yeah.
As you're pushing on
I'm
it,
on my back.
You're pushing on it, and it sort of bends. It goes, whoa, you know that noise when you bend metal, and it makes that sort of strange thing, and it buckles a little bit. And from the inside, you hear a little bit of shifting. Like something is moving on the inside.
I
And do
stand
we all-
up, pick up my maul, and I'm holding it again, alert.
I do not believe we should open this. There's something alive in there.
Isn't that a reason we
kill it.
should open it?
There's an alive thing where there should be dead things.
Right.
While this is most curious, I think we should probably leave it alone.
And then all of a sudden you hear boom, boom, as the thing inside begins to punch its way out. large dents appear in the top of the coffin.
I would like to take my maul and drive the maul through the very center and top of the coffin.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack at advantage, please, with your maul. Oh, nat 20, let's go! Okay, go ahead and roll damage and then click critical damage.
He ain't good at much, but he's good at this.
Damn.
That's a couple damage.
That is a fuck. Okay, so you go doong, and you smash the top of it and it dents it in, and you hear a goong, 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 and literally super fast, and the top of the coffin flies off.
Pissed it off now.
Now everyone needs to enter combat. So right click on your token, click the sword and shield, please. Okay, now on the upper right hand side there's a little fist. I need you to click that fist and then click the dice next to your name, please.
Shares initiative.
It does share initiative with you, so on your
Yeah.
turn it will go.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Combat begins. So now, this is how combat is going to work. Everyone's going to take their turn. You have one action, one bonus action, one reaction. Reactions are usually taken for things that happen in response to things. So what we're going to do is we're going to have Vidar go first. As this giant skeletal nightmare begins to crawl and jumps out of the coffin.
Can I move and take an action and a bonus action, or does moving count as one?
Nope,
thing?
moving is a separate thing. You get up to your speed and movement away, but keep in mind, if you move away from an enemy creature that is within range of you for their attacks, if you move out of their engagement range, they can take a reaction to hit you as an opportunity attack. And by the way, he is wielding a greatsword.
Sounds so amazing.
Oh,
Part
and
of me wants-
he has full plate mail on as well.
Oh, this will be great.
Are you allowed to use your bonus action before your action?
You're allowed to do it in whatever order you want to. I think reactions are usually not on your turn, but sometimes they are. So,
Got it.
So if I move out of range, and I'm standing right next to it, so probably would be in his range.
it would absolutely be in his range.
It would get a reaction to attack me
Disengage
on my turn or on
as an
his
action?
turn.
Yes, as you can take a disengage as an action to move away from him without being attacked by opportunity attacks. That is an action that you can do.
Okay, so I can.
I wish I had like a reference sheet that I could give you, but I don't. If you open,
I have one. I have one actually.
Do you
Hang
really?
on. I will grab it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can disengage, and then use my bonus action to still attack.
No, because you have to take the attack action to use your bonus action attack.
Oh yeah. Can only do that if I. Yeah, I'm gonna do the disengage though. Get the heck out of there.
Okay, so
Oh.
we'll go ahead and move away. You have 30 feet of movement,
30 feet of movement. Oh, that's like basically anywhere I want.
pretty much.
I'm just half convinced that if I go in here, there's going to be a bunch more rattle mines in there, and I'm going to make things worse for myself. Let's go for it, though. Yeah, I'm just dipping out of the room
Okay.
a little bit. Not all the way out of the room, because I still want to be able to see what's going on.
All right, so you're doing. Or is that your turn then?
Yeah.
I put the cheat sheet in the chat for this.
Awesome.
Appreciated.
Yeah.
So is it my turn now?
It does move to Lorshik.
It was standing right next to me this whole time.
It is.
So,
Yep.
okay, but it's my turn now.
It is your turn now. Go.
Before I take an action, am I allowed to do like a perception check to see what this guy's made of?
Yeah. I would say that's like a. It's just.
I don't roll the
it's
advantage, right?
incidental, yeah. He's just made of bone and he's wearing a suit of plate armor.
Cool. Before I do my action, I would like to use
Fighting spirit.
Fighting spirit.
Yes. Okay.
So do I click the dice next to it?
Yes, please. So that we all know what's going
And I
on.
consume available usage and resource?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
And then you can add.
I
your
attack with
temporary
my maul.
hit point. I'm gonna go ahead and do that for you. Okay. Oh, something I haven't done. Meant to have your hit points available for everyone to see because that's how I like doing it. It is a little bit meta, but I would like mainly for everyone else to be able to see it. So, second, and then I'll have this.
Tell me when you're
first.
ready for me to attack.
Go ahead. I'm just doing this real quick.
I'm attacking with advantage because it's my fighting spirit.
You are? That's a hit.
And I roll damage. Critical or no?
No critical. Nope, just normal. Jeez. Okay, that puts him down to. Okay. And I believe that's it for you at the moment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You use the bonus action and your regular action. You have a bunch of temper hit points. So yeah, you are good to go. Who is next? That brings it to my guy. I'm going to go ahead and roll out front. It's going to be a d6. 1 to 3 is EV. Actually, no. Lorshik attacked him twice, technically speaking.
Because I'm a fucking badass. Like, let's really.
Let's be
You're also a target now.
real.
That means everybody else gets advantage, right?
For you specifically, you don't get advantage, but you can use your sneak attack as long as someone else is
Oh,
your
yeah.
target. He is going to use. He does not have fighting spirit, but he has some other fun stuff. Because he used to be a great warrior.
Really quick, is my do my robes count as armor?
No, they don't. Because
So
any armor
my-
that you would wear would be less than your natural AC anyway.
So my AC should actually be 29, not 16.
No, it's just 16 because you don't. If you're wearing armor,
But I have natural armor.
that sets your AC to 16. Or it's 14 plus your dexterity.
Oh, my dexterity modifier is 3, not 16.
Yeah,
Got
yeah,
it. So it's
13.
13 plus 3.
13
Thank
plus 3. Yep. Which is actually better than most armor in this game, without wearing plate mail. So.
Yeah, I'm awesome. I know. Thank you.
Here's the fun part. He is going to. Oh, by the way, I forgot to add healing potions to your guys' stuff. I'll add it in a second.
Not that this is relevant immediately or anything like that, but you don't have any healing potions right now. Hang on.
I assumed I didn't need any because the second one. But that's cool.
No, you're definitely gonna need some because
Just-
he gets 2
Just
attacks.
rub some jerky on it.
He gets 2 attacks for being a huge monster. He hits with 1. He's going to action surge and attack you another 2 times. And he misses 3 of them. So he hits you once.
Because I am awesome.
I rolled minimum damage and he hits you for 17.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
I rolled.
Am I managing my health or are you doing it?
potions.
Say what?
Am I changing my health or are you?
You change it. So you had 10.
Do I change it from the character sheet?
No. You can right click on your token and then set minus 17 and it will do it automatically. There you go.
Cool.
Because your 5 temper hit points saved you a lot there. And that is it for my Skeleton King.
What'd you just call him? What did you just call him?
Skeleton King.
Is this Diablo? This
He's
first
not
encounter?
Leoric. He's not Leoric.
Yeah.
I'm Lorchik. He's a Skeleton King. I think this is close enough.
Technician, it is now your turn, sir.
Okay. So this is kind of where the issue with the okay, so the issue with the infusions. Here's something that I noticed almost immediately. The reason I did the infusion on the crossbow is because it makes it a magic weapon.
You use your intelligence.
My intelligence modifier.
Oh.
So
I forgot.
it's
Hold on.
+7 instead of +5. Yeah, it's like this whole thing.
I can actually fix it. Hold on. I know how to fix it. I can fix it right now. I completely forgot about that because I could change it to ability modifier intelligence. Good. You're good.
Nice. Perfect. Awesome. Okay. I just have to where'd it go? There we go. Okay. Add to favorite. Perfect. Right. We're going to start blapping.
All right. Oh. That is a miss, unfortunately.
Okay. As my bonus action, I'm going to instruct Defender to move up and attack.
Force rend.
Rend. To rend.
Okay. So your Defender runs up. Boop.
Yeah, actually, from there, that's perfect. And
All right. Oh, that's a hit.
All right.
6 damage. There you go. That brings us to Evie.
So for the action, I can cast a spell, and then for the bonus action, I can also cast a spell. Or
so you can only cast one real spell with a spell slot, and one of your cantrips. You can't cast 2 spells in a turn, unless you're going to use. Do you have duplicate? You don't have. There is a meta magic that lets you cast twice. Uh-oh. Did we lose Technician? I think we lost.
They
him.
changed the position of everyone's
Still here. I
cameras.
had to shut off my camera for just a second. Did I screw it up?
No, it fixes it automatically once it redoes it. So I'm not worried about it.
Okay. Got it.
But you have to have 2 targets with the duplicate spell. Yeah, but your current setup is 1 spell and one cantrip, either one. So, if for example, if you wanted to cast, you don't have any bonus action spells yet. So,
okay. So one of the spells and then a cantrip I could do.
yes, but you don't have any cantrips, so you can only do 1 action this turn.
Okay.
I don't know if you have. You do have a bonus action, but I don't think you want to phase step yet.
Do Chaos Bolt.
Okay. Cool. It's about to get real.
It says cast at level, first level and second level. What does that mean?
You can choose to cast at the 2nd level or 1st level.
What does that mean?
That you're casting that spell at a more powerful version of it. It adds a d6 damage to it if you hit, but it is normally a 1st level spell. So if you don't want to use your 2nd level spell slots, you could just cast it at the 1st level and just leave it at that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
So, attack first.
Uh-huh. In this instance, it does not hit, unfortunately.
Well,
I think, hold on, I think you can do... you can use your meta magic. If you make an attack roll for a spell and miss, you can spend 2 sorcery points to re-roll the d20.
if a 16 doesn't hit, I don't feel terribly good about the odds of hitting, though.
But you only rolled a 9.
But you have +7.
Oh, so it's the base first. I gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. How do I spend sorcery points?
Essentially, you go to your features. Here, let me favorite this. So on the attributes page, you see your sorcery points.
Yep.
You just spend 2 of those, and then you click that attack button and roll again.
How do I get them back? Oh, long rest.
Resting.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. I will take 2 of those and roll again.
Okay. Just click the attack and do normal again.
Ugh.
That was even worse. Okay.
Womp.
Duly noted. Unfortunate. Steel Defender already went. Vidar, it's your turn, sir.
I'm going to, from here, I think I can absolutely still hit this guy. I'm going to go ahead and take a Psychic Blades attack. Do I have to click the sneak attack button first?
No.
If I just click this, it should...
Yep, see the versatile? The versatile is your sneak attack damage, but you do have to hit first. So, roll the attack.
And normal, or is it at advantage because
It
it's a
is
sneak
at,
attack?
no, it's just normal.
Okay.
That's a hit. Whoa, why is
Do I
it plus
click it?
0? What the heck? Either way, you hit. I'm going to fix that while we're doing this.
Do I click
So now,
damage or
roll
versatile or
damage, normal, and then versatile, normal. That should also be adding your dex onto it as well, which is 5. So 9, 20 damage. And you took the attack action. Would you like to make a second attack?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do my bonus attack with the Psychic Blades as well.
Let me fix it real quick. It's not doing it with dexterity. I also need to add... Hold on, let me redo this one. I need to add... Well, you can't do sneak attack damage with your second attack yet. So...
Yeah, correct.
Click the... Here. Wait, you can't see that. Click the Psychic Blades bonus attack again. Because it's using the right stat now. For some reason, it wanted to do strength instead of dexterity.
I don't have those. I don't have any strength.
And that's the
no, I
point.
just-
It was using strength and not dexterity for some reason. So go ahead and attack.
I'll attack.
There it is. You missed. Okay. So blue streaks of energy go right through it, and it hits him. The first one hits him for 20 fucking what? Okay, that's fine. Are you doing anything else?
Nope, I'm just chilling here.
Are you going to tell people what you can see?
Oh yeah, I call out. We might want to take care of it in that room. There's more bones in this room.
Lorishik, it's your turn.
I yell back to guy I still don't know his name. I ask him, more bones or more coffins?
They're the bone mines.
Okay. I use action surge,
Uh-oh! Uh-oh!
and I use
Are you going to use Fighting Spirit again?
no, I'm gonna use yeah, I'll use Fighting Spirit.
Okay.
Wait, I can't though.
What do you mean?
Oh yes, I can. Yeah, I can. Sorry. All right, and then I attack with my maul. Should I do it? I should do it once and then see what happens, right?
Yep, at advantage.
Okay.
That's a hit. Go ahead and do damage. Jeez! Okay, then your second attack. Or you could just click attack again.
Yeah. Is it still at advantage?
Yeah, you get all your attacks during that turn at advantage. Holy shit. Yeah, you hit. Paint me a picture.
I swing down with my maul and hit him right on his collarbone, and on my backswing I come and hit him across the side of his torso from the other direction.
And he shatters into little pieces, and his armor sort of rots away as a magical energy keeping him alive. He sort of rots and dissipates into bone dust. He does leave a shroud, like his sort of cloth shroud that he was wearing, his death shroud, still exists, and for some reason you can see an imprint of his previous face while he was alive. It's like a ghostly shadow of what he looked like when he was
So
alive.
his bones just fell to the ground and his plate just fell to the ground?
Yes, but the plate is
And it started to rot.
extremely damaged. Yes.
Are we still in combat?
No.
Should we take our tokens off combat?
No, I got it.
Okay. So in that case, I do this. I collect his bones.
Oh, okay.
You didn't notice that combat ended when the music changed?
I mean, you're over in another room with landmines. I don't know what's going on.
You didn't notice that combat ended when you smashed a dude?
So what would you what would you like to create? Or
Do I have to create right now?
well, you could. I would say if you want to make a trinket, or if you want to make one of those weapons or something, you can do that if you'd like to.
So if I'm collecting bone and not hide, I assume I can't make like a bone shield, can I?
I would say that you
Can I
could
make
put,
a
you
bone
could
shield?
put a you could put a rudimentary shield together. Yeah.
All right, I get a bone shield together and I hand it to Rep.
Okay.
Thank you for this artwork. I will treasure it always.
It's actually
a macaroni sculpture.
it's actually surprisingly well put together. I'm gonna put a shield in Rap's inventory.
I tell Rep, you seem to be the support of our group. I want to make sure you're protected always.
How do you know how to build
you.
that stuff?
And it only takes him like
I'm
two
a
or
cutting artisan.
2 or
I mean-
3 minutes to do that. By the way, if you look in your inventory, Rep, you now have a Skeleton King bone shield
Thank you.
because that's dope. I enjoy
That
that.
is pretty dope.
That is actually so cool. Okay, we're moving on. What are you guys doing? Evie, we're gonna have you go first because you're sort of the lead person right now.
Really
also,
quick, do I lose my temporary hit points from that?
no, they stay until I say they're not there anymore.
Okay, cool.
And then I need to put. Oh, by the way, normally in D&D, taking a potion is an action. I always homebrew it as a bonus action because it's bullshit. You shouldn't have to take your entire action to drink a potion. Just for future reference. And I am going to be adding a bunch of healing potions because none of you can. The only person that can heal is Rep. So, yeah.
That is untrue, sir.
Well, you can heal yourself. You
have-
can't heal anyone else.
Right. Okay.
Selfish.
Potion.
Is that in
fairness,
character
the
or out
only-
of character?
In
In
character.
fairness, the only other person I can heal is Vidar, and that's Vidar and Defender.
Well, no, your
it's only
healing. Your
incidentally.
healing still works on organics. It's universal. Mending will just repair minor inconsistencies in both of the things. Mending actually heals your steel defender, but healing in your aspect of it heals organics and inorganics the same, except for your steel defender, which is actually a construct. So,
Got it.
just for future reference. Wow, that's so good.
Honestly, it's for the best. I think we should go join Vidar and see what he's. If there are more traps in there, we should get rid of them before someone accidentally sets it off and gets hurt.
I concur.
Yeah.
Rep
Yeah,
is going to kind of purposely walk directly through the bones.
Like, are you stepping on them?
Yes.
Okay.
Are they
Disrespectfully.
crunching?
Okay. I was tentative because I was like, well, for roleplay, yes, but if it's rough terrain or if I have to make a dexterity save, then no.
Oh no, you're made of metal. You're made of metal. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
You're sort of crunching on the bones, and they're so brittle. Like there's barely the only thing that was keeping that Skeleton King alive was magic. At this point, you know that for a fact. You guys get into this area, and there's a large coffin that Vidar's sort of hiding behind because the mines make you extremely nervous, I assume.
And I
this
gesture to
coffin-
people as they come into the room, kind of making sure I point out the mines. That way everyone sees them.
This coffin does have that same like runic writing on it, but this one actually has the temper intact on it. The seal is sealed.
Alright, maybe we should leave that one alone.
By the way, all of you should have 10 healing potions in your inventory now.
Okay. Rep would like to immediately make a crossbow attack at either of the mines.
Go ahead.
Okay.
At advantage because they don't have perception.
Gotcha.
That's a hit. Go and roll damage. Boop. It sort of shrivels and the bones fall to the ground, clattering.
Can I do the same with Ray of Frost to the other one?
Absolutely.
Normal or advantage?
Advantage. Because they don't have perception. Oh, yeah. And roll damage. That's enough to kill it. Cool. It's just sort of splatters on the ground.
Does anything come out of those when they splatter? It's just the bones and the, like, mush.
Just the bones and, like, the sort of organic muscle material sort of, like, ugh. It's pretty gross sounding.
Is it goo? Is it just goo?
It
Can we
is
say
just goo. It is organic goo.
It's the pink slime that they put in hot dogs. It's that stuff, right?
Not quite. Oh,
Okay.
Evie, make a perception check for me, please.
Boy, I don't like that.
Did the great sword that the Skeleton King have rot with his armor?
I did not. Oh, no. Okay. Why, did you want to grab it?
Oh no, I was just thinking of when she mentioned stuff coming out of dead bodies. I was like, oh yeah, stuff comes out of dead bodies in video games, doesn't it?
In video games. This ain't no video game, son. Lower check, will you make a perception check for me, please? Or not. That's cool. There are two coffins directly in that room, side by side. As well as like a little well in the middle with clear water in it. Is what you saw in that room.
Okay. That's okay. So even if my vision tells me otherwise, that's what I see for sure.
Oh, you know, that's the stuff that you see. Your perception check was for something else.
So
And yes,
I
you did look at the
see other
ceiling.
things on
You
the
did look
ground.
at the ceiling, but there's nothing there.
So out of character, I see two knights.
Yeah, you see the
shields.
statues. You see this. There's like two stone statues. There's one on either side of.
And I see the two coffins laying next to each other at the
Yep,
end of the room.
and then the pool of clear water, or clear liquid, right in the middle.
All right. So I announced this to the team. I let everyone know that there's a pool of clear water, two knight statues. Are they outfitted with armor, or can't tell?
They don't have armor
Or is
on, but the armor is
Okay,
part of
just-
the statue.
Got it. And it's a room with multiple elevations and coffins inside.
Mm-hmm. It's very mausoleum-like.
And the issue I just encountered, can I explain what I'm looking at? Or...
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I shouldn't have, but I went a little exploring. I wanted to see what was down this hallway. And there's just like something that looks like a stage, like a platform with just tons of skulls piled up on top. And some angry boy hiding behind the skulls. I can't tell if he's noticed me yet, but that's what I see.
How angry?
In response, I ask, is an angry boy from your world?
It's he looks really smug, and like he knows he lives in here, or he's very familiar with this little dungeon that we're in.
And when you're looking at him, he's wearing a deep red crimson robe, and he has two large shoulder pads that appear to be made of ogre skulls. And
So he's also large.
he is actually, as you're looking at him, he appears to be kneeling. But his actual token size is this big.
If maybe we avoid this room if he hasn't noticed us. Has he noticed us?
It does not appear that he has noticed you. Let me go ahead and I'll add a great sword to your inventory. Lorshik.
Thanks.
Trying to be sneaky.
I would love to back away from this at the moment.
Okay.
I see her backing up towards me, and so I'm at the back. I'm like, is there something up there? Did she describe this to us yet?
She did. Yes.
Yeah.
I say, is that who we're here to find?
Oh God, I hope not.
We should try asking.
For a robot, you don't seem very smart.
Is this not polite? I have been told I am bad at social cues.
It's okay.
As you're sitting there, Evie, you can still see in the room. He stands up, and I need you to make an Arcana check at advantage, please.
What is Arcana?
Knowledge about magic. Magical spells, magical things he's doing. He is actively in a ritual that is soul stitching.
Excellent. So this is the necromancer that is still soul stitching.
Yeah, but he was referred
you
to as
see,
a
Evie?
necromancer, not a soul stitcher. And he is actively
What do you-
building something with the soul stitching ritual. Make another perception check for me, Evie. Directly behind him on the wall, he has mounted via hook 2 halflings, and he's actively drawing their souls out.
Oh no. My moral compass.
Evie, are
So
you telling us
is-
this, or
Yeah,
Or we
yeah,
just-
for sure.
Okay.
There's two halflings that he's got pinned up against the wall back there, and is actively is soul stitching them, and they look tortured.
Is Rep Rap still holding onto that torch?
yeah?
Should I have actually been able to see into that other room? Is there a light source in there?
There's not a light source in there. Other than like a faint green glow that you can see, like a turquoise glow.
Okay, so everything I saw was because of that glow.
Yes. Like your active vision right now is because you can see the light from his torch.
Got it. Okay. I think my lighting might be still have a torch because if I move towards this, like
No,
if I
that's
look here,
your vision
I
range.
See.
That's your vision range.
Okay.
That's your normal vision
Yeah.
range, but you see how it goes a little bit farther? That's because of the torch. Like
Yeah.
back up one. You see how it has that little section that's long? That's because of the
Yeah.
torch.
Right, but if it's dark, should I really be able to see?
It's dim. It's not dark.
Oh, okay. My
There's
bad,
still
I
like
misunderstood.
the ambient dim light that you're not really sure where it's coming from, but
And so if I saw the character token for the bad guy, that means that I actually saw him too?
yes.
Okay. So technically from where I'm standing, I also seen.
Yep, there you go.
Did
We should assist
Evie-
the halflings.
It's easier
Did
said than done.
Evie, did you see any other ways to get into that room?
Not from where I'm currently standing. I can go back to the square that I was comfortable with, but if he sees me, I need everyone to be ready to fight him.
When you
Can I
were
get-
in there originally, you didn't see any extra ways to get into that room?
I didn't actually go in the room. I kind of stood at the hallway, like right at the hallway.
Can I sneak into the room?
Sure, you could try.
Do I have to do a stealth roll?
I would love for you to do a stealth roll, please.
At an advantage or normal?
I'm gonna give it to you normal. Okay. Let me make a perception on this guy real quick. Yeah, no. Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna mostly stop right here.
And he has an enormous scythe. Like when I say enormous, like standing where he is, he might actually be able to hit you with it. Or it would take him very little effort to hit you with it. It's very long.
25 feet. Enormous might be an understatement. I'm going to, since Lord Chick's basically directly behind me, kind of turn around and gesture towards both of the side walls and indicate that there are doorways back there on either side of the room.
Okay.
I think that the corridor from the other room where we killed the Skeleton King leads into this room as well. I think we should go at him from multiple angles. And I walk back to the other room and start heading down.
Will you make a perception
the
check for me,
hallway.
please? It doesn't. No one. Surprisingly, no one has walked in this corridor at all. Like there's dust on the ground, a layer that you would see tracks in. You're the first person to walk in this area for centuries.
Okay.
There's not even like little pock marks or anything from what you'd expect from the rattle mines.
I get to this corner and I can see him, so I'm gonna stop here.
Will you make a stealth check for me, please? At advantage. I'm going to give it to you at advantage because it's very dark. Okay. He does not appear to see you. Technician, what are you doing? If you need some time, we can ask Evie what she wants to do. What would you like to do, Evie?
Did Vidar say there were two entrances at the bottom?
He did.
Did one on either side.
I don't immediately see another way to access the other side, so I feel like I want to go into the room with the two coffins and see if anything extends from there.
Okay. It does not appear that there is an entrance in this
Not.
this direction.
So I don't think it's an entrance, I think it's an exit to somewhere, because I don't see another way, another route to that entrance.
That would absolutely make sense.
Okay, so maybe if there's an exit, we could come at him from the top and the side and still have like an easy way to leave.
Sure.
You don't know for sure though that I actually made it to the other side. Just to be clear, I ran away on a hunch, and from your perspective,
That's true. They do know that you're potentially positioned on the other side. All right, technician, what would you like to do?
Yeah, technician is going to he's gonna have to follow Lorchik because he understands that Vidar is sneaking, so he
Mhm.
can't just hang out behind him. Which means these two are, well, okay, that's not gonna work then, is it?
That's funny.
That's
I can
okay.
I can move your steel defender. Just you position
I
yourself and I'll
see-
move him over there.
I see them coming
got it.
behind me. I turn to them and put my lizard claw to my face.
Go ahead and make a stealth check at advantage for both of them.
Okay.
Evie, would you like to stealth back up there?
Yeah, sure, actually.
Wow. Okay. Go ahead and make a regular stealth check at advantage because you guys are like super prepping for this. Yeah, nobody sees her. even
That's like her third or fourth natural 20.
it is, and then you haven't. Never mind, it's fine.
How many natural ones do you have?
She's wasting all of her natural 20s
Right.
on session 0 is what it is.
Yeah.
Did I say I was going behind technician and
If you could go wherever you want. Remember, it's your game to play the way you want to. So
since my stealth is good, I'll come in with behind Vidar.
Vidar, okay. Okay, so I'm going to say that all of you have 30 feet of movement from now. Actually, you know what? We're going to start combat. He's going to be in a surprise state. So you're all going to have advantage
Before we
when you
start combat. Can I ask Rep if do you have any weapons on you?
That's
Yes.
a crossbow. He shot down the one rattle mine.
I don't think I saw that.
No, you would have seen it.
Yeah, you were in the room.
Okay.
We were all in the room.
But the answer is yes, that's not his only weapon. So
Okay. All right. Carry on. Sorry.
So if you guys want to ready your weapons, you can do that. So go ahead and add yourselves to combat. Let me open. By the way, you can right-click on the combat tracker, the fist, and it will pull out a little window if you want to do that as well. I'm going to remove the steel defender from combat because he goes on your turn anyway. All right.
Which one do I roll?
The fist. Go to the fist on the upper right. And then click your dice.
Right, sorry.
Oof. Wow, those rolls are terrible. Lord shit got another nat one. Dope.
Kind of impressive.
It is.
Just use all my nat ones on session 0, yo.
Good strats. Good strats.
That's not how nat ones work, though. That's how nat 20s work. Not
no.
nat
This is what's happening. Is that RNGesus is punishing him for his hubris. He said he was going to bring a 2-sided die with one side being 1, one side being 20.
Yeah,
he said that right
that
before
actually
session
is
0.
true. That's true.
RNGesus is punishing you for your hubris.
All right, so
I'm sorry, RNGesus.
I apologize. Vidar, it is your turn. The necromancer is considered surprised, so he will not be taking actions this turn. Make a perception check for me first, please.
Perception. That is not performance or persuasion. At advantage or normal?
Normal, please. Okay. You see that the pile of bones and skulls and stuff in front of you is actively moving and undulating, and the bones are sort of doing some weird stuff.
And Evie did already share with us the fact that it was soul stitching that was going on, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or it's apparent to all of us at this point?
Oh, you could see active, like, tethers of red and green energy, like red and teal energy moving from the halflings into the pile of bones, and he's sort of channeling it with his spells, with his scythe on his back.
You can soul stitch off of dead bodies, right?
You can soul stitch off.
That's the point. Like,
no, they have to be alive. They have to be alive during the soul stitching process.
So if I were to just flat out kill the halflings, would that stop the soul stitching? Is that what you're saying?
It's a little bit rude and aggressive.
That's a little bit aggressive, but yes. I'm going to answer that question with yes. Morally, that's a horrible fucking thing, but it would solve the problem.
Might frost bite you if you do that.
This is how you take Lord of the Rings and make it a 3-minute movie. No hobbits. Boom.
I'm sorry. After we killed the Skeleton King, did that count as a short rest?
No. You have to take...
I don't think that I could do the Cunning Artisan then. It has to be as part of a short rest.
Oh, he's not going to use a shield anyway. His light crossbow is two-handed, so...
Okay.
We'll leave it. Next short rest, he gets a shield. That's it. That's how we solve that problem. All right. Vidar, what would you like to do?
So there is no tokens for the halflings. Does that mean I can't see them, or is that because
That's because I don't have tokens for them. They are there.
You weren't intending me to be a bad person.
No, but I can make some real quick. Hold on.
Honestly, I'm just thinking from the aspect of the fact that we got this guy that you basically hit me with this 25 foot long scythe, and we have to deal with whatever it is that he's soul stitching. Or we know enough about soul stitching to know that if we like stab him and interrupt him, that the stuff stops?
Yes. Your basic understanding of Arcana and spellcasting is that if he's concentrating on a ritual and he takes damage, it's very likely that it will be interrupted.
Okay, so I don't need to just murder the halflings to...
No, you don't.
Okay, I'll just flat out attack him then. Actually, I'm going to step back into the doorway and then attack him if that's allowed.
Sure. As long as you're within 60 feet, yeah.
Yeah. Does it have to be within line of sight in 60 feet?
Yes. Yes, it does. You have to be able to see him.
Gotcha. So I'm going to need somebody with a torch to walk into the room soon. And I'm going to... And do I just click the psychic? I don't have to click the sneak attack, right?
Nope. Not at all. Because you do have advantage on this first attack. Actually, you have advantage on all attacks, but you can only sneak attack damage once. So
Attack with
advantage.
advantage.
Oh, nat 20, let's go! So you know what that means? You double all of the dice that you roll for this attack, including sneak attack damage.
So I roll damage.
Critical. Yep. And then now you roll versatile critical.
Critical.
27 damage. What the actual heck?
Could have been 41. I mean,
Yeah, the 46 was pretty poopy, but
Oh, and wait, did I already do my bonus? I
no,
did my
you haven't bonus attacked yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna bonus attack too.
Okay.
I forgot that sneak attack and bonus.
This one is also at advantage. That's a hit.
And not critical though, right?
No.
Normal.
No.
All right. -9. Dope. Wow, that was 36 damage straight out the gate. Okay, this is why rogues are good for their first turn. That's kind of disgusting. He has to make a Constitution saving throw for concentration. He is a warcaster, so he gets advantage. No, the spell is not interrupted.
Gotta kill the hobbits.
And I believe that is your turn, correct?
Yes.
He is no longer in a surprise state. He just looks up at you. And as long as he doesn't cast another concentration spell, he doesn't have any issues.
Yeah. Can
Uh,
I attack him now?
no. Because unless you have he's not going to move away. He doesn't know that you're there. So, all right. So what we're going to do is we're going to cast a spell.
doesn't sound
What is
threatening
your
at all.
maximum hit points?
27.
Technician knows why I'm asking that question.
Yep.
What you're saying is I should have run further down the hallway before attacking.
He pulls out his scythe. Boom! Drops it down on you. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Normal?
Yes, please. Oh no. So your maximum HP is 27.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He
was.
8 points from killing you. You take 42 points of necrotic damage. You go to 0, and you are down, and he heals for half of that damage. He comes down with a scythe, and this necrotic red and teal energy come down, and these fingers come out of the scythe, and they drain you, and you go full. You can right-click on your token and just type 0 on there, and Vidar immediately drops to the ground unconscious. And he goes with his hand, he goes and pulls that life force out of you, and he goes, ah! And with that, it summons a rattle mine. Boop. And the rattle mines will go at the very end of the round. So, let's go to some more spoopy music. I have better spoopy music than this. Let's do this one.
I could tell Monster's really excited about standing that close to this thing
Yeah,
right now.
not at all, actually. I'm trying to figure out, I'm reading my character sheet, like, what could I possibly do?
Evie.
Am I allowed to yell into the room right now?
No, it is not your turn.
Oh boy. So I can still only do one
One bonus.
one action.
Yep. You could also use a bonus action to give Vidar a healing potion as well.
Okay. So I will use
Just in case you don't have an extra the bonus action or something, you do have options.
Okay. I'll cast Magic Missile
At what level?
at
Every level adds an additional hit. So, because it guarantees hits, and then you just roll damage. So.
I'll do second level.
Oh, shit's about to get real.
So I just roll for damage.
You do straight up roll damage. You roll 4, deals 3. So yeah, roll 4 sets of damage. Total. Jeez. Yeah, she rolled loads of natural 20s, but then... So 2, 5, 9. Right? Yeah, 9 damage. Oof.
Big oof.
That is a big oof.
And then I'll chuck a healing potion at Vidar.
Okay. Go ahead and go in your inventory. And then click the dice next to healing potion. Potion of healing. And then click healing. Oh, 10! Damn!
Wow.
So right click on your token and type 10 in there. Maxed. She maxed out that healing, my guy.
Phew.
So I'm a person again?
So you're a person again. For a little while longer. Technician, it is your turn.
Okay.
Technician and puppers.
Technician and defender. Okay. It makes sense to start with this. Technician is going to move by himself because that's how combat works. Why am I selecting both? I can't unselect. Oh, there we go. Okay. He's going to move to that corner and going to cast Fairy Fire.
Ooh! Okay.
Saving throw is going to be DC 14.
Oh, nat 1! I suck.
Okay. Oh, I have to. Okay, got it. So the measured template is everything in that area.
Oh, okay. So the bone guy too. Okay. Easy.
Yeah.
Nat, are you kidding me? Hold on. I have to show this to you. Literally 2 nat 1s.
Rough.
Damn. Okay.
So they're revealed.
We're gonna. So they are revealed, and
Everyone has advantage.
They're now going to emanate some purple light because everything else is glowing green, I guess. But yeah, everybody has advantage on attacks.
That's such a good spell. Artificers have that. The F.
Yeah.
How long does that last?
That's
1
a
minute.
great question.
It lasts for It lasts for 10 rounds.
So,
which is probably longer than we will last. So forever, basically.
Yeah.
Well,
the whole.
I mean, if you keep dying, then yes.
Let's see if I have any other spoopy music.
I'm going to let's see here. Section. I'm going to instruct defender to repair as my bonus action.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Creature can target one creature it can see within. Wait, what?
What?
No, I guess I don't do that.
Heck? No. That shouldn't be there. I had to edit an action
Okay.
so sorry. That shouldn't be there.
Okay.
Let me remove that section because
Cool.
I had to edit another ability to make repair because I can normally import monsters from D&D Beyond into this, but it's broken right now. So I had to make the Steel Defender from scratch. And the repair text went away. So let me find out what repair does. It heals. I know it heals someone.
I bet
I think it heals itself is what it is, but I'm not.
Magical mechanisms inside restore 2d8 plus 2 hit points to itself or one other construct or object within 5 feet. So roll 2d8 plus 2. So you can do /R space 2d8 plus 2.
Space 2d8 plus 2. So 6.
Oh, okay. So the actual feature itself works. The formulas are all in there, but it just doesn't. The text was wrong for some reason. Okay, so it restores 6 hit points to itself. Easy.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, because that was my bonus action. It can't. I mean, it can move, but realistically, it should try to get over to Vidar and heal him. Except Rep hasn't seen any of that, so he doesn't know.
Touche.
Yeah.
Lawyer Schick, now you can talk if you would like to talk.
Before I move, I ask Rep what he sees.
There is a giant man who is apparently doing soul stitching. And one bomb.
I ask Rep, do you think we can detonate the bomb?
Not without sending something underneath it. It seems to be triggered by proximity.
Okay. Can I stand in the same square as Rep?
No, you cannot finish. You can move past him if you would like, but where he is where he is.
Okay. I want to check to see if the scythe can attack us if we're still inside the corridor. Like if it's too big to fit inside of the wall, are we safe from the scythe in the tunnel?
It would appear from your calculations and you're looking at it that if he moved, he could easily hit you, but he would have to move closer to you from where he currently is.
Okay. And the mine is the thing above the pile of skulls, right?
It actually just popped out of the pile of skulls.
Got it. So just say hovering 8 feet above the skulls?
No, it's actually standing on top of it, but its reaction is usually jumping up and exploding like a bouncing Betty mine. Hashtag inspired. Let's do some more creepy music.
Spooky, scary skeletons. Shivers down your spine.
Accurate.
What would you like to do, Lorshik?
I can't, out of character, I can't disarm someone by smacking their hands, right?
No. And the only reason I say that you can't is because there's actually a class that is designed to do that.
To disarm. Okay.
So they have a disarm action as one of the fighter
this?
classes.
Can I tell whether or not the scythe has its own living, breathing essence, since it has these fingers that apparently can drain life?
Ooh, make an Arcana check at advantage, please. I'm gonna give that one to you. Yes, this scythe has been soul stitched.
Okay.
What? Wow! What a play!
How big is this? Like, can I hit it from here, or do I have?
You would have to walk up closer to him.
How many tiles from the necromancer would I have to be?
You would have to be basically either here or here, or you could go here. One of these three.
Okay.
Woo.
Fuck.
Be the tank we know you can be.
All right, I'm gonna walk in here. I'm going to attack with my maul.
Okay, you're gonna attack. Go ahead.
At advantage because of the
fairy
thing
fire?
that you just did, right?
Yep.
That's a hit.
And do I crit?
No, if it was green, you'd critical.
He's not
You
surprised.
rolled a 13.
Okay,
What?
that's terrible.
Oh, you re-rolled a 1 into a 1. Brutal.
Okay.
All right.
And for my bonus, I use action surge.
You already have used action surge. Action surge is long
Sorry,
rest.
um,
Fighting spirit.
that's what I meant.
Okay, sure. Give yourself some.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, you still have the damage shield from your previous fighting spirit.
So it won't stack.
So it just refreshes. It doesn't stack. So you don't need to use fighting spirit because you already have advantage, and you still have your
Okay.
temporary hit points from last time.
I do hungry jaws then.
Oh, okay, sure.
And now it's not giving me an option to roll to see if it hits.
What the heck? It doesn't have a hit on there.
Oh, I have to actually use bite. That's why.
Oh, true. You have
and
advantage.
I do that at advantage.
Oh, you're
And
what
then
away, 19.
I roll damage on it.
You do roll
I don't
damage
roll
on it.
crit because it.
No,
wasn't
no
that.
crit. It was not a crit. You did almost more damage biting him than you did hitting
And
him
I
with your maul.
regain 3 health, right? So do I just do +3 on my number?
Yes. I didn't even know you had.
I'm sorry. Fuck, I attacked him. I should have attacked the fucking scythe.
I'm going to say that aesthetically you run up and you attempt to disarm him, and the scythe, he's not actually holding it. As you get up there to attack him, the scythe is actually floating on its own, and he's literally channeling a spell, and the scythe was the one that was attacking. It's not a separate entity, but you realize that the staff is like shaking and violently like jutting back and forth and like sort of waiting for something to happen.
Got it. So did I attack the scythe?
No, you attacked him because the scythe is
Okay.
like, even if you tried, you wouldn't be able to hit it. It's very
Got it.
nimble. But he does have to make 2 concentration saving throws.
Can I move after this action? After my bonus action?
Oh, my gosh! I've rolled so well. He has not failed his concentration check yet. How far did you move? Let's see how far you moved.
Like 15, I think.
25 feet. You could move 5 feet. If you want to move 1 more square, you can. And diagonal movement is still only 5 feet, by the way.
All right. I am moving to there.
Okay. Easy. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. All right. So let's put this on repeat. I like this one the best. Let's quiet that down a bit. Okay. That puts us at Vidar. You're awake.
Did the mine need a turn at the
Very
end? there?
nice.
Say again?
Did the mine need a turn? Or is
Oh,
it just
yes, it did.
Vidar, why do you have to use your mouth?
Honestly, I feel like the kid is like, teacher, we had a test today.
You are that kid.
The mine is going to run
Mine's gonna move.
over here and jump up into the ceiling.
I still have line of sight on where it is in the ceiling, though, correct?
You definitely do.
Okay.
His you said that he could attack down the hallways, but his token is definitely 2 spaces wide. Can he fit through the doorway?
If he had to, yes.
So me running down the hallway isn't going to keep me alive.
Probably not. Considering he's a spellcaster, I don't think so.
Gotcha. Not worried about various other things. If I move here, do I still get a line of sight on him?
Yeah, you should.
Have a nice place to be able to bail. If I move, would I have a line of sight from there on the mine?
Yeah. No. I think you'd have to be in this corner here. Or
Be able to
here.
see through the mine?
Yeah. No. You'd have to be in this corner or stay where you are.
Can I move my character to see where the line of sight ends, and then
Yeah, sure.
I can still see it from
Oh,
there?
yeah.
And I can see it from there, but I can't see the bad guy from there.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd stop here.
So you are moving away?
Yeah.
The
And
scythe
is
is going to attack you as an attack of opportunity. Unless you're taking an action to disengage.
I'm going to use an action to disengage.
So you're not attacking from there then? You're just running away?
Yeah. Well, am I allowed to still use a potion as a bonus action?
Yes,
or
you
is
are.
it just-
Yes, you are.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to disengage and...
Because that scythe is like, he sort of swung the scythe at first to cast a spell, but then the scythe sort of floats off and is like tripping balls, just waiting for somebody to move. It's hungry. It's hungry.
I'm going to disengage, and then do I have to roll for a potion? I'm bleeding a little bit.
You are bleeding a little bit.
Or whatever it is that robots do.
Is it active bleed?
Need a Salewa.
Oh, nerds.
Do I just click the potion then?
Yeah.
I don't have to roll
Yep.
for the disengage, right?
No. You should be able to click the dice and it'll go.
Okay.
There you go. And then healing.
Yeah, it gave me a... It was prompting me how much I wanted to use it or whatever.
Yep.
That's a +6.
There you go.
What is that? I didn't do that right, apparently.
What the
I don't know
heck?
what that is. I was looking at the other one thinking it was...
Okay. And that leads us to the Necromancer's turn. He does know the Eevee is there, but Loershik tried to kill him. What's your maximum hit points right now, Loershik? Okay. I need you to make a
I don't
Constitution.
think that's relevant. We don't need to worry about that.
A Constitution saving throw, please.
Nah, I'm good.
As the scythe.
Should I get that as an advantage too because of the
No, it's
spell?
only attacks.
Negative.
Damn it, you're useless.
Okay. He turns towards you. And his eyes begin to glow, and the scythe just looks at you. And you hear like a scream come from the scythe as it as it slices at you, but it doesn't actually hit you. This green necrotic green and red energy slice right through you, and you take 49 points of damage. Wait. It's not 49. Why does it say that? That's not what I rolled last time. Hold on. Okay, that seemed a bit high. I don't know why there's that. Whatever.
Maybe I didn't die too, right?
No, you went down. You definitely. No, I rolled so high for that. Oh my god. You take 41 points of
It
damage.
doesn't matter. I'm 0.
said-
anyway.
Okay.
That's so much better.
Okay, so you're at 0 for the time being. And then another mine pops. Sort of crosses itself together. Evie. What's your turn?
Can I?
I forgot to roll a constitution for the magic missiles.
Okay, so I'll start with just casting Chaos Bolt
Okay.
at level 1.
Okay. Go and roll an attack. That's a hit. Go and roll damage. I'm sorry.
Rough. Okay, and then as my bonus action, can I use my phase step and teleport 30 feet away?
Oh.
But since since it's winter, does that count in the dungeon? That oh, is he 5 feet in front of me? He is, right? Yeah, he's 5 feet in front of me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So since if it's winter and he's 5 feet in front of me, he has to succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be frightened.
Oh shit, for real?
Yeah. It's phase step and then winter.
That is so dope.
So let's do that.
Wisdom saving throw. All right.
Do I have to roll mine first?
Oh, jeez. No, you don't roll. You just teleport.
Cool.
So figure out where you want to go 30 feet away. You don't even have to see it because you remember where it is. So
Neat.
So just measure 30 feet and teleport. So he is frightened of you. So if you show up again, he can't move towards you.
Should I just move my
Where is it?
token there?
Yeah.
Just gonna move it from here.
Okay, you're good. Technician, it's your turn.
Do I have line of sight from here? It feels like I do.
Can you
but
see him?
There's that corner. I mean, yes, I can.
Then yes.
So, okay. We are going to try to max out that concentration interrupt. How many? Where does it show my spell slots? It does not show my spell slots. Huh.
Weird.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I know I've definitely got 2, but I'm not sure if I have 2 or 3.
Oh no, 3.
Oh, there it is.
It
Yeah,
says right
it is.
there. I
Okay,
just found it too.
I found it. Okay. Yeah, Tasha's Caustic Brew.
That is also a concentration spell. If you cast that, you'll lose your Fairy Fire.
Then we don't want to do that.
Just an FYI.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, there it is. That's okay. That's why I didn't see it. Got it. Okay, in that case, we are going to go for a crossbow attack.
So
Instead.
I'm going to come in as a GM, and I'm going to tell you that you have a better option.
Okay.
Okay. I want you to look at your spell list. You have 1 spell at first level that, technically speaking, would create an interesting combo. It's not concentration. I want you to read it. And normally I wouldn't let you do this, but there's a really cool combo that I would love to see you do.
Are you talking about the yeet one? At the
Yeah.
top of my list there. Okay.
Yeah, but there's a real fun object you could yeet at him.
You're right. There is. What do those
The dog is
rattle
not
mines
an
weigh?
object, to be clear.
Say again?
What do the rattle mines weigh?
Nothing. They weigh basically
They
zero.
weigh basically nothing.
Well, they weigh enough that
They
you,
weigh enough. Okay.
because bones are not heavy. Bones are not heavy.
Well, it's funny because I was going to actually do something else, but I think this is better. Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, we are going to move up 1. We are going to grab the rattle mine
Okay.
and cast catapult.
Okay. Cast away.
We are aiming for the other rattle mine, by the way.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay, so this one has to make a
let's
dexterity
see.
saving throw.
14. Yeah.
That's a 3. Okay.
Does
Yay!
that
Um,
second rattlebine have line of sight on me?
Well, so
Or is
here's
the necromancer in the way?
here's the thing is we do damage.
3d8.
Okay, so 3d8, and that's normal. So 13,
Okay.
and I'm assuming both of those rattle mines go off. Or
They
no?
do immediately.
Okay.
And the damage on that is, I'm trying to go up to find it. 6d6 per mine. So he has to make 2 saving throws.
I'm pretty sure he's blocking that mine for you. So
You're also already dead, so
I am not dead. I am down.
right. But can you? Would you get more down? if
Yeah, no, he'd
Yeah,
automatically fail death saving throws if he took additional damage.
it's the fast way to kill somebody is to hit them while they are down.
So he failed both dexterity saving throws, takes 52 points of damage, and immediately dies. So I picture it as you go up there, and as soon as it drops down to blow up on you, you grab it, and you go, whoo, and you yeet it real hard into the other rattle mine. They both trigger and fly off, like, behind him, explode, and the necromancer sort of turns around as this is happening, and a bunch of bone slivers just go just all up his body, and he just stands there for a second as he begins to wither and, like, decay, and the scythe immediately turns around and goes shrink and cuts him in half, shrink, and devours his soul.
So the scythe is still there.
The scythe is sort of like shaking and like looking around, and it sort of realizes what it did for a moment, and then it's still glowing with that green and red energy, but it is no longer sentient. It's no longer acting on its own.
Okay.
Did these rattle mines also take out the halflings?
Yeah, so I was gonna ask.
No, because the range, they blew up here. It has a 10-foot range. So the halflings were all just out of range. And so is Lorchik.
So real quick, out of character, for the record, what I was actually going to do was throw a dot on him and then send the dog in to set off both mines. So I was thinking the same way already. I just wasn't thinking of using catapult to do it.
You just wanted to kill your dog. We got it.
No, it worked before.
Immediate
Dexterity saving
sacrifice.
throw. Dexterity saving throw. Yeah.
All right. So, what do you do now?
I'm going to immediately move up to Lorchik and do some medicine here.
Okay.
I'm assuming we just got to get some hit points back, right?
Yeah. Or if you want to use a healing potion, you can make a medicine check to try and stabilize him.
Yeah. Let's use a healing potion actually.
Okay. And healing potions do work on Warforged. They're designed to heal a creature, period.
Okay. Consume available usage. Yep, there we go. Healing. Jesus.
Wow.
Jesus.
Man, everything that has to do with Loershik is bare minimum. Bare minimum.
Oh. I rolled 2 1s. That's craziness.
And
You
with-
are just not you are not luck. You are the
I
opposite
don't
of
want
luck.
to talk about it.
I'm so glad that there's a game that he's bad at.
and with that,
These rolls are skill.
with that, the necromancer is slain, and he sort of decays into this like red and green ooze, and his bones are still lying there, and it's just they're malformed. It looks like he had some sort of bone cancer going on because there's like little spikes coming out of all of his bones everywhere. Yeah. And the scythe is
I immediately
what?
walk over to the bones and collect them, put them in my backpack.
Make a wisdom saving throw, please. Okay.
Are we out of combat now?
We are out of combat, yes.
Okay, so I can walk on in.
Yep.
So here's an interesting little quirk is that I don't seem to be able to move. I don't seem to be able to move defender if Rep can't see him or if he's not already selected. It's weird.
Well, what you can do from now on, if you want to stack them, move them together, and then put the defender somewhere else, you can do that. I don't have an issue with that.
Oh, okay.
I don't care. As long as you're staying within your confines of movement for both of them, I don't give a shit.
Cool.
So,
yeah, I might need to do that, but
and if it makes it
either
easier
that
for
or
next time, do that. I don't care. Or tell me where you want the defender to go, and I'll move him for you. I don't really give a shit. So
cool.
That being said, the necromancer is slain. What are you guys doing?
Somebody should help those halflings off the wall.
Yeah.
Are
they bound by something?
They are hooked. They have a hook going through their stomach.
Oh.
But they'll probably die if we take them off anyway.
What is it with you and not wanting to help them?
How does it benefit me to help them?
Will it kill them if we take them off the hook?
No, they're not doing well, but they're not dead.
We should probably... Can we use healing potions on them? Is there any
absolutely,
benefit to that?
absolutely, you can.
Like, they might know something about how they got there, and if something else is happening. Does no one else want to take them off the hook?
I already suggested it.
Okay.
Do me a favor and make a history check for me, please, Evie, at advantage. These are two wild spirits. They're wild spirits druids.
They're the ones that were growing the trees, right?
Yes, they were. They appear to be wild spirits druids.
Does Evie tell us this?
Yeah.
Tell us this.
There are two wild spirit druids.
I think we should take them down and heal them, and maybe they can heal us in return.
When I hear her say wild spirits, I get a little bit more interested because I think that maybe we'll get more of a reward if we come back with more than they started with. I think there's something in it for me.
So let's take them down.
The tall person's not going to help us remove people off of hooks.
I'm here.
So
I'm also here.
You very carefully take the small creatures off of the hooks. And if you administer healing potions, just mark off a healing potion. It doesn't matter how much they heal because they're NPCs anyway. It's so if you're administering a healing potion, just mark it off your sheet.
I will do one.
I'll do one too.
I'll do one too.
So you're actually giving them more than just one each.
There's two halflings, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
there's two halflings.
Yeah.
So we only need to use two.
Oh,
Have you
okay.
have you used one yet, Day-Day?
I used one on Lord Chick.
Okay. I've used one too, but I don't mind. I'll use one.
You administer the healing potions and their giant gaping wounds heal themselves, sort of heal up and stitch back together. And you notice that they are absolutely desiccated. They are not looking good. The fluids in their bodies are gone. They don't look
I take
healthy.
a ration out of my bag and start to waggle it in front of one of their faces.
They actually start to eat. They don't appear to be able to speak yet. But yeah, are you guys going to do anything? Are you going to return? Are you taking anything from the... you have the necromancer bones, right? Lorshik?
Yeah, I put the necromancer bones in my bag and I marked down a ration.
Okay.
What happened to the scythe? Is it just like...
The scythe is sitting, twitching on the ground.
Would it hurt us if we picked it up?
That's a good question. Do you want to touch it?
I kind of want to touch it.
Do you, though?
I like kind of want to touch it.
Do you want to touch it?
We've got meat.
So this
waggling
is
and do
this
you wanna
is
touch it so
this
far?
is a
We're off to a great
this
start.
is a confirmation. Are you touching the scythe?
Does anyone want to stop me? We're all in the same room.
You all can see that she's walking over to the scythe.
She didn't want my meat.
I want to touch it.
Are you gonna touch it?
I'm gonna touch it.
Okay, so you go over and you grab the scythe. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage, please. No, at regular because you're an elf. You have elven, you have fey ancestry. So normally you get advantage. So you normal wisdom saving throw, please.
So I click on Wiz
Wiz and then saving throw.
saving throw.
Normal.
Don't like that sound.
You grab the scythe and you hear the voice of a small child say to you, I'm hungry. I am so hungry. Help me.
The scythe is talking to me. Guys, it sounds like a little kid.
Have you tried putting it back down?
Real quick, Technician is aware of soul stitching and understands that this is definitely soul stitching and not.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, right. That's okay. That is a soul stitched item. You should put that down.
Okay, I'll put it down.
Mom, don't. Oh! You put it down and it begins to twitch again.
That's very upsetting. The souls are like stuck in there then?
Forever.
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 What did the kid say to you?
He said he was hungry. So hungry.
I pull out another ration and I throw it at the scythe.
It just falls on the ground.
You want pick it back up. Take that with you.
So,
It's
out of
dirty, I don't
character,
want it.
do we know enough about soul stitching to know if we destroy the item, does it kind of solve the problem, or is it a?
I can make an Arcana check.
Make an Arcana check at advantage,
Okay.
please, Mr. Artificer.
Yes.
You have advantage because this is your.
This is my wheelhouse. Apparently not my best wheelhouse, but okay.
The problem is that a soul stitched soul. Normally you go to what is referred to as the Eternal Vision. So the Eternal Vision is this world's version of heaven and hell. They're all on one planet, one sort of entity, and it's actually the moon of this planet. You normally go to the Eternal Vision. Soul-stitched souls don't go anywhere. They just disappear and they're gone forever.
So how and why would that one be talking?
No, it's bound to the weapon. But if you destroy the weapon, the soul's gone and dead forever.
Oh.
Like not even true resurrection, the 9th level spell can bring that soul back from the dead.
The choice
would
is clear.
like-
We can either deal with a possessed weapon forged by soul stitching, or destroy the soul of a child.
I propose an alternative, and I pull a rope out of my bag. I think we should tie this to it and drag it back and ask our bounty hunter why he didn't tell us about the soul stitching.
Or there are actually Vidar, make a history check at advantage, please. So when you were first created, soul stitching didn't exist. But you know of a particular person that was alive when you were created that could actually release that soul in a proper manner. And
Different question. Am I allowed to use the psychic whispers on? It says creatures, but this doesn't count as a creature, right?
I would say for this instance, I'll let it happen.
If I wanted to, I could technically
Talk to it, yeah.
Would that actually be any different than
Picking it up.
when Evie picked it up and it started talking to her, or would I actually be able to have like an actual conversation?
Potentially. You're not really sure. You haven't ever seen soul stitching before, so you're not sure how it works.
So I know of soul stitching and the guy that can fix things, but not like seeing it.
Well, you
firsthand.
know of a being that can fix it. You don't know what happened to this being. I am actually going to message you on Discord right now with that information.
Sure. And it says that a creature can end the telepathic connection at any time,
Mm-hmm.
and that we don't need to speak a common language to understand each other.
Yep.
But can I end the?
Yeah,
Like
a creature.
creature,
You're part of the creature. You're part of that connection. So
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that like it didn't like, hey, enter my mind, and then like have it
Click.
stuck there for. Yeah, if it starts doing stuff, I want to be able to say nope. And the first time I use Psychic Whispers, it says that it doesn't consume a dice.
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and the Psychic Whisper to this this thing,
Okay.
and I'm gonna ask it. Do I have to actually click the button, or is that gonna trigger?
No. You can just we'll just do it. Actually, click the button so that we can see what it is and what it does, just for posterity.
Give me a checkbox to not consume resources or
Yep.
available use.
Just say don't consume it. Ah! Wall of text crits my face. Well, we're looking specifically at the Psychic Whispers portion of it.
Yeah.
So this part here.
This isn't, I think, supposed to be for like if I wanted to psychic connect to Lorishik when he went down the other hall, we could have like communicated back and forth about our plans.
Yep. But now you know. You connect to the scythe, and the scythe sort of, all you hear is like the sound of a burbling stomach, like someone who's hungry.
Where are you from? How did you get here?
I was sleeping, and then the man took me, and now I'm here and I'm hungry.
We offered you rations, so I'm not sure if we can help.
I can't.
Where were you sleeping?
In my house with my parents.
Where is your house? What town are you from?
Long way away.
And it shuts off the connection.
I would say I'm gonna hang up to him. Like, yeah, this kid's not helpful.
The rope is still in my hand, and I waggle it again.
Did you tie it to the scythe or no?
I haven't walked over to the scythe. I just suggested earlier we should tie this to the scythe. And carry it.
Honestly, that's
Carry it back.
probably a good idea if Vidar knows someone somewhere that can help us with it.
He hasn't shared the information with us yet.
that whole conversation there was a psychic
private.
conversation, so you probably didn't hear that either. So I'm gonna share with the rest of the group. It appears to be stitched to the soul of a child, and the child is not very helpful. We won't be able to find its parents, but I do know of someone that may be able to redeem its soul.
Where is this someone that you speak of?
I know of someone that can. I don't know where the person is, or if they are even still around. But redeeming souls is possible.
How are the druids doing at this point?
They're fully recovered. They're unconscious.
Unconscious in a good way.
Yes, they are recovering.
They're exhausted from being tortured and soul stitched. They're having a nap.
I walk over to the
Relax.
scythe and just take charge and start trying to tie the rope at the point where the head meets its handle.
Okay.
Is
Easy.
it tied? I don't have to do a wisdom saving or anything?
No.
Cool. So I now have a 50-foot long rope tied to the scythe.
But one of the hands in her shoulder. As if
Uh-oh.
I'm ready to leave.
Didn't catch that.
I said
Monster-
I'm
Oh,
gonna
there you go.
put one of the halflings over my shoulder in an attempt to show everyone I want to get out of here.
I'll
So
grab the other halfling.
Okay.
as soon as you guys get ready to leave, the air around you is no longer humid. It sort of dries out really fast with the presence of the necromancer being removed. And the sort of cold begins to set in, and you realize how cold it is in here. To the point where like all the spider webs and stuff that are around begin to freeze actively.
We should go.
Do we have any insight if this is magical or related to the fact that there's an open door and a snowstorm outside?
Open door plus snowstorm equals cold.
So there's
It
a
feels as though
snowstorm.
life has been drained. We should leave.
You know, we could take this scythe and put it into your first crypt and use that crypt's runes to seal it. That would at least give it a safe place for us until we can figure out how to dispel it.
What if someone gets control of it?
That's why we seal it.
Do we have a
Does
way of sealing
When
it?
here knows seal?
We might. They're so meta, but an artificer might be able to mend those runes.
Yes, because you actually found underneath the as Lorchik was picking up the bones, there's a small pouch full of powdered temper.
We can use this powdered temper to repair the runes on the first coffin. I kept wanting to say sarcophagus, and I don't know why.
It's the same thing at this point.
I agree. Let's do that. And
Yep.
I drag the
The scythe all the way back up.
back to this coffin and untie my rope.
All right. And I'm going to. Do you want me to roll something special, or is
No.
it just mending?
Just mending.
Okay.
You take your minute to restore the runes. You put the powder into the runic symbols, and then you cast mending, and they sort of, and a sort of sheen goes across the whole coffin, and it sort of seals itself back up. Like welds appear in the coffin lid, and it welds itself shut, and everything gets like the dents that the Skeleton King put in it before repair themselves. And it's actually quite a crazy process. And the scythe is successfully sealed into the coffin.
Okay. And I have one halfling and Vidar has the other.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get these halflings back home.
Yeah.
You step outside of the mausoleum, and the blizzard has just barely begun. There's a light snow coming the ground. The air has turned about 15 degrees Fahrenheit colder than it was. It was already like freezing enough to snow, but the wind has picked up a little bit. And you'll be able to make it back to Turfor. You should be able to make it back to Turfor before the snow begins to really come down.
Okay. We'll go back to Turfor.
All right, let me switch scenes back to Turfor. You guys arrive early evening. And where are you going? Are you going back right to the Wild Spirits Conclave, or what are you doing?
I'm going back to the meat guy. I need some fresh meat that isn't jerky, because I'm just look at me.
We should take the we should take the halflings back to where they need to go. Where do you need to go, halflings? Are they still unconscious?
They are still unconscious.
Gonna give one of them a very light poke.
Would Evie know where the
Evie would know where the Wild Spirits Conclave is, yes.
Oh, okay.
Let's take them there.
yeah.
I'd like to buy another meat stick and then run back and catch up with the group.
Priorities. Didn't just fight some evil bone demons and tortured halflings and tortured child souls sealing scythes. Meat is the first thing on your mind.
Okay. You guys arrive back. Who are you guys going to go see Bounty Master Sinhald?
Yeah.
Is that
This
we
is
take-
this is after we drop the halflings off. Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
The wild spirits, druids come up to you and they go, "Oh my gosh. They'd been missing for a while. I thought they were dead. We assumed that they were dead. Thank you. Thank you so much." And Evie, they recognized you and they hand you a sprig. It's a sprig with a blackberries on it.
Thank you.
What? It's a good berry sprig.
Do I know the worth of berry sprigs?
Essentially what they've handed you is a minor magical item that just has a bit of temper on the end of this twig, and it can provide food for up to 4 people every day forever.
Oh wow, that's incredible. I'll put that very carefully.
Enough
in
food,
my
enough
inventory.
food for 1 day per 4 people every day forever.
That we're good. We're never gonna starve.
Glad I
Like
spent that,
that-
gold on the meat earlier.
I talked to the wild spirits and thank them for the generous gift, and I offer them both a gracious hug.
Yeah, they're super happy that you saved their druids. Albeit worse for wear, but they'll live. And they say if you require lodging, you can stay here for tonight for free. We'll feed you. You can heal here. Anything that you need.
Do you think? I think we should do that so that everyone can heal up on anything that takes long rest.
And then
And
they
I feel like we should go talk to the bounty master before we start
and
watching.
they look at you and they say, "Well, I will send one of our messengers to get the bounty master for you. I don't want you to go out into the snow. You'll be fine here."
Thank you.
And one of the druids immediately shapeshifts into an eagle and flies right out the door.
Okay.
About 20 minutes later, Bounty Master Sinhald comes in, looks at you guys and says, "So you did it. You killed him." And you regale him.
I charge up to this asshole and I grab him by the neck.
He's 8 feet tall.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, I'm
you-
6'4",
you
so
become
I'm
a
still reaching up
necklace.
a little
you
bit.
become a necklace is what you do there.
That's
yeah.
fine.
He says, "Oh,
I have my hand on Maul.
I
and
didn't
one
know
hand
we
on
were
his
this
neck.
personal." And he sort of like puts his arms around you and he hugs you, he picks you up. He says, "What do you want to talk about?"
I also kind of want to get up in his face, and knowing him, he knows that I'm really angry.
Oh,
And-
yes.
Start questioning him about why didn't he tell us about the soul stitching and the scythe.
What do
I'm
you
just
mean?
squirming like a little lizard in this guy's
And
tummy.
he's like holding him like this. He's like, "What do you mean, Evie?"
He's got a baby alligator.
Please release my friend.
What do you mean, soul
Um,
stitching?
We saw in the crypt he was soul stitching with his scythe and had 2 halflings pinned to the wall.
I didn't know he's a soul stitcher.
How did
I'm
you-
sorry.
Where did you
Can I
see
do
him
a
originally?
perception check to see if he's
Insight.
lying.
So
Insight.
it's
It'd be an
insight, yeah.
insight check to see if he's lying.
Can I also roll for insight?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a good thing you also rolled for insight.
Vidar, he's not lying.
Okay.
Well, the person who informed us may have been lying. I don't know.
Who informed you?
It was a small sort of. Oh, what's his name? Oh, it was the overseer, the forestry overseer.
Uh,
I don't remember his name. I'll get back to you with it.
The overseer that we were in his camp.
yeah. Where is he now? Do you know?
No, I don't know where he is.
Where did you talk to him?
At the overseer's tent.
Highly suspicious.
But he's and Vidar, you've been watching him the whole time. He's not lying about any of this information. He's being genuine.
Can we ask him to describe what the overseer looks like? We've never seen him. We've only seen his tent.
If you want to ask him, you can.
Yeah, sure. Who is this overseer you speak of? We have seen a tent that may have been his, but he was not there.
He's a wood elf. I believe he's not from the crag. He's a bit frail looking. I believe he's from Nilhund.
While they're talking, I walk over next to Rep and whisper to him and ask him, are the tattoos on this man the same runes that you used to seal that coffin?
The tattoo does not appear to be magical, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I think that's what you're asking. But my reply would be, the base language is probably the same, but they are not magical.
Thank you.
And you whispered it to him, and then he answered at full volume.
Yeah, he answers it.
He has no concept of whisper.
I am bad at social skills. Hello.
Yeah. He's a tall wood elf. He has white hair. He has darker skin. He's about 6'3"
Is there any chance?
Yeah,
that
I thought
this
he was
an
8 foot.
No,
No,
he's describing
He's a-
the foreman.
Oh, okay.
overseer? Is there any chance that description matches the necromancer?
No, not at all. The necromancer was an ogre or some sort of monstrous humanoid that's outside of the normal person types.
Bounty Master Sinhald, the description you gave of this wood elf dramatically fits a drow. Is it possible he is not a wood elf?
No, because drow have like black and gray skin. This man had dark tan. It was like
I see.
like a leather seat or something.
Okay, thank you.
He appeared as if he spent a lot of time in the sun. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Do you think the what are they called? The druid people?
The wild spirits?
The wild spirits. Do you think they would know anything about the?
Yeah, they should.
person?
He's the lead.
Yeah,
one of
if
the
he's
lead
their, like,
forestry
foreman.
people. Yeah.
Can I interject and demand our payment? And also, I would like to point out that we did bring back 2 of the supposedly dead wild spirits.
And they have compensated you for that, from my understanding. Here's what we agreed upon, and he hands you a bag, and I've given a little extra for your effort. And he literally hands you like a pouch, and then he takes some from his own personal thing and drops some in there.
I go and walk up next to Vidar and just take my maul out and slam its head on the ground while standing next to him to make a point that he best not do to us what he did to that chef.
No, he hands the money to Evie. He doesn't give the money to Vidar.
No. He's intimidating Vidar.
Oh, I know, I get it.
Yeah.
I thought he was handing Vidar because
No.
Okay.
Bounty Master.
Well, either way, I'm intimidating you.
Bounty Master Sinhald gives the money to Evie.
All right, I'm gonna hang on to that. How much was it?
Tree Fitty. 350 gold.
I'm going to point out to Loershik. I'm not sure what you're implying, but keeping you all around is in my best interest. You have no concern from me.
Can I do a perception check to wait? Should either of us have to do a persuasion check on this? Or intimidation?
Are you guys trying?
I want to figure out what because I wanna know what
make an insight
Vidar
check.
actually
Just
looks
make an
like.
insight, Loershik. Just make an insight check. 12 you have to realize 10 is an average roll, and 12 is enough to pick up that of
I
all.
want to know how big his penis is. Okay,
He's a warforged. He doesn't have
can't
one.
do that with a 12. How tall is Vidar?
How tall is Vidar?
5'10". I'm tiny, as far as
Okay.
Warforged go.
Wow, that's rude. Also, so I'm about half a foot taller than him, so I'm just kind of looking down at him.
A little bit, yeah.
And I put my hand on his shoulder and I say, "We're gonna be good friends."
And I do the whole disguise down thing, do a creepy, like Terminator robot smile, like
Dun 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 dun.
and then the disguise goes right back up.
Rep Rap announces from where he has just been standing this entire tomb. This is tense.
And that's where we're gonna leave this episode. We're gonna end session 0 with that. You guys spend the night in the druid's tower in their little conclave. It's actually quite luxurious. You weren't expecting like really, really nice warm beds and like everything is heated. You're not really sure how, but everything is heated and it's actually super nice. And then the next session will pick up from there. All right. Let me stop this music. What the heck?
Oh, you're back.
Hey.
Oh, you're back.
Welcome back.
There you are. You're back.
Oh, apparently I lagged. Dope. So
Heated beds. Everything's luxurious.
everything's super luxurious. You guys spend the night uneventfully. You fully heal. So what you can do is you can go on your character sheets and click long rest. So if you click on the bed next to your hit points, you can say take a rest and do a long rest. And that will reset your hit points, your spell slots, everything else that refreshes on a long rest.
Is it a new day?
It is. It will be a new day the next time we play.
And before we do that, I don't have the necromancer's bones in my inventory, but I would like to use them to craft a javelin.
You and I will talk about that.
Cool.
Yeah, remember that wisdom saving throw that you failed?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where we're going to end this
Right.
episode, is we're going to end it here. I hope everyone had fun. Let me go to my Patreon screen, and we will see you on Tuesday, February 23rd. We'll see you guys in a bit.